Wonderful day today, and we'll be starting right now. So let us start with a pure, clear mind to start today's Diligence Day. Now, everyone, please stand. Please put your palms together. Let us welcome Master De Chen De Yuan. We invite Dharma Masters to lead us in bowing to the Buddha and Master. First bow, second bow, third bow. Please put your palms down. We'll now sing Tzu Chi's anthem. Tzu Chi's origin, Jingsi where I abide. Tzu Chi's volunteers are spread far and wide. Tzu Chi's volunteers are spread far and wide. Feeling for those who are suffering, we rush to serve them no matter where. Feeling for those who are suffering, we give medicine and aid with love and care. May the Buddha's love spread throughout the world. May Tzu Chi's spirit never cease to lead sentient beings to peace. May Tzu Chi's spirit never cease to lead sentient beings to peace. Please put your palms together and we'll recite the 10 precepts. 1. No killing. 2. No stealing. 3. No sexual misconduct. 4. No lying. 5. No drinking. 6. No smoking, using narcotics, or chewing betel nuts. 7. No gambling or speculation. 8. Practice filial piety and develop pleasant manners and speech. 9. Abide by traffic laws. 10. No participating in political events or demonstrations. Let us now read Tzu Chi's mission statement. The Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation carries on the Buddha spirit of great unconditional love, loving kindness, and great universal compassion, and adheres to Venerable Manor Ying Sun's noble aspiration for Buddha's teachings for sentient beings to undertake the work of helping the poor and educating the wealthy. Therefore, our ideal is to cultivate loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity as we take action to save those in pain and suffering. We bring joy and relieve suffering, establishing a fresh and pure world of Tzu Chi. Our method is to nurture a wisdom that perfectly melds principles and practices as we actively invite good people of the world to cultivate this field of blessings together. By diligently planting countless heart lotuses, together we will create a society of love. Our task is to unify the four major missions of charity, medicine, education, and humanistic culture. Our spirit is one of sincerity, integrity, faith, and steadfastness. We deeply believe that all sentient beings are equal and that every person possesses Buddha nature. As long as we can enter through the door of compassion, we can get a glimpse of the majesty and beauty of the Buddha's teachings. As long as we can enter through the door of charity, those who give can attain blessings and be joyful, while those who receive can be saved and find peace. Life is impermanent. Our lives slip away with each passing day. We must take advantage of this precious life to plant good seeds and reap good fruits. Then we can avoid the regret of entering a mountain full of treasures but leaving empty-handed. Tzu Chi commissioners come together with wisdom and support each other with love. With these extraordinary causes and conditions, we join hands and take great strides on the Bodhisattva path. Because Tzu Chi commissioners all accept the Buddha's heart as their own heart, when one eye sees, thousands of eyes can see. Because we accept our teacher's mission as our mission, when one hand moves, 1,000 hands move. When we hear the cries of others in suffering, we immediately go to their aid and relieve them of their difficulties. This is no different from the 1,000 eyes and hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The same moon is universally reflected in the water of 1,000 rivers. The water of 1,000 rivers captures a single moon. The Buddha views all sentient beings with compassionate eyes, and the Dharma rain of his teachings falls on all universally, so that all can nourish. How compassionate, how wise. We who are the Tzu Chi commissioners should practice the Tzu Chi path of goodness and right faith and right mindfulness. Through personal participation, we realize the truth of birth, aging, illness, and death, and as well as formation, existence, decay, and disappearance. Through the planning and effort of many, we create Tzu Chi's enduring mission, which will be passed down and praised for generations. We will leave ourselves with beautiful memories, and our descendants will be proud of what we have done today. To know what we have done in your previous lives, to look at what you receive in this life, to know what happened to you in the future life, that look at what you do in this life. Human existence is difficult to attain, but we have already attained it. On the Bodhisattva path, we must be courageous and diligent so that love can fill our society. Then there will be a virtuous circle of goodness in the world. This is what it means to be a disciple of the Buddha's teachings, who cultivates both blessings and wisdom with right faith and right mindfulness. May these writings be used for all Tzu Chi volunteers to encourage each other. Let's bow to Master. Everyone, please be seated. Dear Master, Master De Yuan, and all our newly inspired volunteers, and all those who are online, all sort of trainee volunteers, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm very grateful for today's affinities to be able to be here. At the end of the year, you will all become certified volunteers soon. At this very moment, we are all gathered here together. Although in Taiwan, there may be many bodhisattvas who have already been blessed by Master and taken refuge as Master's disciple. But today we have an entire day of training and classes, which is very important. This is because of the pandemic this year. Many of you have been attending classes online, from learning about charity, medicine, education, and humanistic culture. All the 4 missions and 8 footprints, you have now come to understand them all now. However, what's most important for the classes today is to understand the Jingsi Dharma lineage. The classes held today will all be held, mostly held by our Dharma masters of the abode. Master also mentions that the 4 missions and 8 footprints must all come back to the source, to the Jingsi Dharma lineage. So when we're talking about this, apart from the Jingsi Dharma lineage and the Tzu Chi school of Buddhism, the Dharma lineage is most important as being the part that holds everyone together. So for the entire day of classes today, it may be quite challenging physically to continue to sit and pay attention. But I truly hope that at this moment, you can all reflect on yourselves and to review your diligence and your learnings. I hope that you can all cherish this opportunity to be the first generation of volunteers, of disciples of Master. Hence, we must cherish every moment that we have. When you think about wanting to be a good disciple of Master Cheng Yen, then we must remember that we need to deeply understand the teachings of Master. And through learning these teachings, we must put them into practice and go amongst the people to help people in need. Hence, this is all about practicing the 6 paramitas of giving charity, helping others, practicing meditation, growing in wisdom. Hence, we must think carefully about what the speakers want to give us and what their message is. And so today we have very important informations, learnings about Tzu Chi's 10 precepts. As we are learning on this Bodhisattva path, we may be continuously practicing and learning about these precepts and these teachings. And only when we can put into practice these learnings can we truly walk the Bodhisattva path properly and teach people and guide others as well on this Bodhisattva path. It appears that we may have lost the sound. Thank you for changing the microphone for me. So for the classes today, I really hope that we can all bear this in mind to follow the 6 paramitas. We have to give, and in giving, we are giving our time to learn. And through these classes, how do we inspire the compassion and the willingness to care for others? And then we have to uphold our precepts and to endure. So sometimes we, while we're sitting here and listening, we may think, oh, we're just online, so we can just sit and not pay so much attention. But it is important for us to pay full attention. Master teaches us that to be diligent, we must really be focused and not step back or take a step back to rest. We need to continue, and this is a long-term thing where we need to be very diligent to keep going continuously. So we mustn't think that once we become certified, we've received the certification and we've graduated. It is only just the start. And hence, we need to stay still and to really focused, to be really focused on the one-day class that we have today. And I hope that when we are very diligent and mindful in taking these classes, I'm sure you will receive a lot and learn a lot. So Master also mentions, even in the mission statement, that we mustn't walk into this wonderful mountain filled with treasures and walk away empty-handed. And hence, I truly hope that you can continue to cultivate blessings and so cultivate wisdom and sow blessings. Thank you very much, Master Dochen. Let us send Master Dochen to her seat, and we are very grateful for her for joining us for the entire day. And so next, we will be connecting to our Jingsi abode. So we have our morning volunteer assembly, and today the sharing will be done by Sister Jing Han.
Please put your palms together and pray. Here we are looking at footage from Tzu Chi, US. This is Tzu Chi, Australia. Philippines in Manila. Please put your palms together. Bow to the Master. Second bow. Third bow. Please be seated. Dear Master, Masters of the abode, and Bodhisattvas on site, those of you attending from the Jingsi Hall and participating online. Good morning. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to share with you this morning. This is what I'd like to share with you today. The Sahara world is suffering, as we just saw in the video. We have a lot of disasters, whether they be natural or man-made. We see these every day on news channels, including the ITV. We are very grateful for Tzu Chi volunteers who are very diligent in giving their great love without cease, because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. And when do we actually get together? We get together online, and through connecting online, we have connected a network. Yesterday, we were talking with volunteers in Europe, in Jordan, and we are connecting to each other online. So every time we have these remote conferences, Master reminds us and also gives us a lot of appreciation. Master is very happy. She told us that time flies by the second, but Master is very happy because she sees that Bodhisattvas from different countries are coming into Tzu Chi, working together on the Bodhisattva path. Master thinks that this is affinity we have created over many kalpas in the past. We don't know for how long we have been accumulating our affinities, coming to today for us to be so close. I think we can all feel this. And Tzu Chi is a world where the sun does not set. Bodhisattvas come from all different directions with this incomprehensible affinities. So Master really treasures the time she has with everyone, and she hopes that everyone can join us in the meetings online. So Master thinks like this: how are we putting into practice and fulfilling her expectations, putting the Dharma into practice with our actions, with our bodies, and also cultivate not just our bodies but our minds, and walking the sutras, the instructions of the sutras in our day-to-day lives. Tzu Chi works across the world. There is footprints of our great love. Anywhere there are disasters, we are donating vaccines. We are working to relieve the victims of different disasters. And Master says that she feels all Bodhisattvas have come together working in the same direction, and this is our vows that have accumulated over lifetimes. And when we want to be close to Master, does it mean being closer physically, or does it mean being close to her in mind, in spirit? So we take the Buddha's heart, take Master's mission, and with one heart we walk this Bodhisattva path in the human world. We all have the affinity to come together in this century. It is really wondrous affinities, but is our affinity with Master only in this lifetime? In one lifetime, a lot of it is spent in confusion. Before we came across Tzu Chi, came across Buddhism, our yesterday, today, and today, what have we been working on? Possibly, we have been running around each day and not thinking about whether we've had previous lifetimes and also lifetimes in the future. Now that we're in Tzu Chi, we understand that there are disasters in the world, and Bodhisattvas cannot bear to see this suffering. So we make this common vow to walk the Bodhisattva path. And this is something that we have done through our past lifetimes, through past kalpas, that we are able to be here together today, cultivating together. So having come across Buddhism, we have inspired our kind hearts. You and I did not have a relationship in the past, but we now come together because of our teacher. then this is affinities that we have built up in past lifetimes. We cannot bear to see the suffering of living beings, so we contribute our love together. Our kindness have come together with the same vow, so that we are working together as one family. So how do we keep this kindness, thought of kindness, going to contribute our great love in this human space and time to put the sutras into practice? Well, as we're contributing, this is just the appearance of things. The truth behind it is the gratitude that we have, because if we do not have a heart of gratitude, then we will have afflictions. But if we only work on the things, the physical matters, then we forget to cultivate. And that is our true goal of being here. So working and contributing is just the appearance of things, but remember that the deeper truth is the gratitude that we harbor. Now, because of the imbalance in the world, we're seeing a lot of suffering physically and also in our spirits, in our minds. And likewise, if we are caught up in the difficulties among people, we also see suffering. Now we take the suffering of the world as our own matter. And we also need to recognize that the cultivation of each one of us also is something that we need to have responsibility for. Master says that if we do not cultivate ourselves, then we cannot be a model for other people. Then how can we influence and transform others? Thus, we must observe our precepts, the pure practices, and that is our precepts, our samadhi or concentration, and our wisdom. So these are things we must hold on to. Now everything starts with the movement of our mind. What are we thinking about? I do not know. Master says she does not know, but we can see your actions, and that is something other people can see. It's our bodily actions and our speech. So what do we convey to other people? Are we a role model, or do other people see our bad habits? So what other people see is that we need to be alert. Only we know what's going on in our minds. So this is something we work on ourselves. And how do we transform our own minds and our thoughts? Sometimes when challenges come across, we forget to tame our own minds, and we want to vent our emotions. So I feel like it starts with self-observation. Do we recognize and notice that we also need to adjust ourselves? Normally, do we judge other people? Do we put labels on people? We say, oh, this person is just hard to communicate with. Oh, this one's just very demanding. And so when we look at the Dharma family around us, do we also put labels on them? But we should come back to equanimity, to a heart of equality, and remember not to be subjective. We need to open our hearts, open up the space in our hearts, so that different suggestions can come in, and we can consider them, whether other people's suggestions are actually better than our own thoughts, our own ideas. Because if we're unable to adjust our hearts, these little flares can turn into conflagrations, huge fires, such just like the forest fires that we see. So we cannot wait until the fire is so great that we have a hard time putting it out. We need to notice it while it is still small, to find the source of our afflictions, finding that initial little flare, and also to pay close attention to observe how thoughts arise in our minds, and which leads to actions that are seen by others. And finally, when we see something that we need to change, then are we able to change the way we think? That will help us to have more wise and better relationships among people. I remember Master saying that not only do we contribute ourselves without asking for anything in return, we also need to say thank you, be grateful. How do we do this? That is, we need to transform how we think at the moment. Sometimes when we're really busy with work, it's hard for us to remember to adjust ourselves when we have made a schedule and work this for the day with many things that go on in a day. Sometimes it is thrown out of balance because of things that come up in the day. Sometimes like I schedule some things for Saturday, and, but if things don't go according to plan, do we still contribute ourselves without asking for things in return? Are we able to still contribute ourselves without having afflictions or feeling troubled or frustrated in the process? As when we are contributing our time, but this plan is thrown off, then are we able to maintain a mind of calmness? I think it's very important to notice and adjust our minds. And in our cultivation, we're trying to benefit ourselves and others as well. This is what we're supposed to do. So where does this strength come from to change our habits? I think it comes from the realization of having put things into practice with our own actions. After we hear the Dharma, we put things into practice, and then we come across, we notice what's good and what's not good with our behavior. Then we can become better people with better habits. Master says that every day we can open up the doors to our hearts, no matter what other people say. They can open the Dharma door for us, but that all depends on our state of mind. Master says that all of us have something to teach others, but how do we perceive the Dharma that's being manifested by others? That depends on ourselves. Where do the source of suffering begin? That comes from the way that we see the world, which gives rise to thoughts. I'd like to give an example: a fork and a pair of chopsticks. I once heard a speaker share that when we're having a meal, or people in the Western world who use forks, we use chopsticks. If we feel that we have the best method, like Chinese people use chopsticks, then they will feel that Western people use such primitive forks, but Western people also think that chopsticks are so hard to use. But everyone has a common goal, that is to just eat their food. Now, so we have different ways of accomplishing the same thing. So I think fork and chopsticks also gave me some inspiration to understand this. I feel that if we're unable to take care of our hearts, that is because we are too attached to our own ways of thinking. So how do we turn our thoughts around? I think that comes down to what, why, and how. What is it that has caused me to have these thoughts? And how do I resolve this? So I think it's very important to reflect at every moment and to learn to let go of our attachment to our own thoughts. So from all of us, if we can let go of ourselves, then we can come together into a bigger self, our collective self. So every day we listen to Master's Dharma. Are we taking her reminders to heart? A while ago, Master was saying that if we've been listening to Master over a long time, then you should remember that in the past couple of years, Master has been talking about the education of the important. There are so many things happening in the world, and many times Master feels worried and anxious, as this is really weighs down on her. So not only is this weighing down on Master also has physical challenges because her stamina is not as good as before. Her health is not good. She says that she's going to use her life and body to the maximum in her hope that all sentient beings can walk the Bodhisattva path together. So this is the great vow that Master has. And this is something that we can also take part in if we are willing to go this practice and this Bodhisattva path. So how do we purify people's minds? It's very easy for us to talk about that, is to use our lives, use our body, take the Dharma to heart and put into action. And now Master expects us to all examine ourselves, to make an inventory of what we have done and what we are. Master hopes that we can reflect on ourselves, look back on our lives, and to make use of the time we have to contribute. So what are we inventory? What are we examining? How do we do that? So how do we actually do this? I think the answer is probably different for everyone. And I saw this sharing from this brother in Malaysia, Brother Wu Zhenming, his examination of himself. So let's listen to his story. His business is in distributing seafood. So he was sent by his company to Myanmar. And because he runs the business over there, he hopes that there is enough fish to supply his factory, his production line. So when there's a lot of fish, and he's happy, but when there is little fish that day, then he needs to try to find how to get more fish in order to keep the production line going day after day. So he's already lost any emotions for this blood-filled production line. So he came into Tzu Chi, and in 2016, he finished his training, but because of his business, he felt like he was not worthy of being certified. But so in inventorying his life, he knows that this is his next step. So he hears Master say that only by vegetarian can we get rid of our bad karma. So he attends a lot of Tzu Chi activities, study groups, to prepare for his future. As Master said, it only takes one thought to become vegetarian. It takes just the change of mind. So this brother decided that he wanted to be certified and to observe the 10 precepts. So he resigned from his job, and he also opened up a vegetarian restaurant with his wife. So now this year, he did his training again, and he has completed and he will be certified. So let's all give him our best wishes. So living our lives, perhaps we've lived in confusion before, but now if we inventory ourselves, then it'll become clear what our next step is. Cultivation is something we do over lifetimes. Now we have this affinity with Master and we're able to contribute in Tzu Chi. And now we are also working toward our next life. And that is how we inventory ourselves, how we examine ourselves in this lifetime. And most importantly is turning our thoughts toward the positive, not just to do things working on the matters of the world, but how we are able to walk this Bodhisattva path life after life. So Master says we need to think about how much we have done that benefits the world, so that we truly feel that if we truly feel that these are good things, then we can say thank you to ourselves, and of these things that are worth looking back upon. This is the precious history that each one of us have, and also that Tzu Chi has. So we take life with our most in earnest way, and to give up ourselves while we can. And as we examine our lives, Master also does the same. What has she done? How much has she learned? Has she put these into practice? Now, some people say that when I have time, when my business is better, when my grandchildren are older, there are many different excuses that have not been fulfilled. So how are we able to set these down? Now, doing good, we do not need to think about whether they're little. We do not need to think about whether it's just a little bit. If we have the intention to do it, then we can start. Even if these are little actions, just these little droplets can accumulate. Same with cultivation. We don't need to try to get rid of all our bad habits in one go. That's impossible. But if we have the intention or willingness to work on it bit by bit, then we will get there. So in examining ourselves, this is a different way of reminding ourselves to calm down, to have the time to think and not just be doing things and forgetting to cultivate. So Master hopes that all bodhisattvas need to make good use of time, make good use of our bodies, be grateful to our bodies for the health that we have. So with this life, Master says that we have already come across Buddhism. Buddhism can bring us out of confusion and into a path of awakening. And if we do not use this life to transform ourselves, then what are we waiting for in future lives? So this life, we can transform ourselves, and you also at the same time help others transform themselves. As time chases us, we also chase time, and this race between time and people, this cycle, we need to be very, we need to treasure the time that we have to complete what we set out to do. Now, are we also reminding us, chasing after ourselves to learn more Dharma? But in working among people, we come across challenges. So working in Tzu Chi, how do we get to a state of being without affliction? And I think that we need to also examine whether these difficulties arise from ourselves, or are we actually creating difficulties for people? We may be tempted to think that we are doing very well, but other people may be thinking that we are actually a bit hard to work with. So when I first came into Tzu Chi, I was working on Tzu Chi very diligently. I feel that maybe I was doing it too fast. I feel like I needed to calm down and think about whether what I was doing and how I can feel the Dharma joy as I was working on these matters on the surface. So if we take this to heart, if we can examine ourselves and think that, oh, if we really are doing well, then be grateful and to live a life without regret. Master says that cultivating is just like washing clothes. We need to notice whether which spots the clothes is dirty and focus on those, and concentrate on those. Now, if the whole piece of clothing is dirty, then it may be difficult to see, because if it's evenly dirty, we cannot notice the dirt. So we need to work on it bit by bit, so that it becomes clear what we need to work on. So it's easy for us to inventory what we have done. That's very clear, but taking notice of our bad habits, that is more difficult. I wonder if you think the same way as I do, because sometimes I forget where this bad habit comes from, and why do we have bad thoughts arise? Okay, well, only in working among people, the difficulties that come about, that is the starting point for Dharma, because these are the things that we work on. These are the questions on which we can practice. And these are the opportunities for us to put Dharma into practice. Now, in contributing of ourselves, we need to have gratitude, so that we have the sensitivity to feel the deeper level meanings. So Master is waiting for us to come back to this Bodhisattva path to make the vow and work on this life after life. Master says that we need to work on this path this lifetime so that in the future we can come back to this path. And this is very important, not to let this break, to continue on the Bodhisattva path. So we examine our relationships among people, our relationship with nature, and also our relationship to animals, being vegetarian. So in this human world, what are we learning in these human matters? If we take notice of ourselves at each moment, then we can examine the change within us. So the homework I give myself is, well, one day I received this question from someone, like, your confidence in Tzu Chi, when was it activated? And Buddha Dharma, how is it put into daily practice? Well, the first one is confidence. Where does it come from? When does it come from? Well, I've never thought about it. We know that faith and confidence is most important, the starting point. You can all think about it. And my answer is when I'm in working in the crowd, if I'm using Dharma to resolve the difficulties and overcome the challenges, then my faith, my confidence is increased. And that was the starting point for me, because Dharma can help me in my life. I see that it's useful. So I think that if you put this into practice, then bit by bit your confidence will grow. And now, how do we put Buddha Dharma into daily life? Well, say like when I wash dishes, I may have some realization. Working, I may have some realizations, and such as noticing what it really means to be grateful. So cultivating is getting rid of our habits, and that means taking care of our thoughts, and that is the work of every moment. So examining our every second. Of course, we can do it this in stages, but we can also do this, reflect on ourselves, reflecting our own emotions and thoughts at every moment. So that is observing the Dharma, observing phenomena, and observing our inner state. And that is putting Buddha Dharma into our human world, and receive this Dharma joy as we work among the complicated matters in the human world. So live in the moment, and put the Dharma into our daily life. How do we put this into practice to have a settled mind as we are working among people? Then we can see a Dharma everywhere and be at peace at every moment. Thank you for listening. So next, so we've just heard from sharing from the volunteer assembly that happens every day in the abode. So on Monday and Tuesday, Master gives us our teachings, and for the rest of the week, we have masters of the abode, and on Sunday, pure practitioners will do their sharing. So every day, you can join us online. So today, we are, because of this class that we have, we are also going to be reciting the introduction to the Lotus Sutra, which is also the spiritual home of Tzu Chi people. So next, I'd like to ask you to close your eyes and calm your hearts. And in just a moment, we will be reciting the introduction to the Lotus Sutra. Please close your eyes. Settle your hearts. So for you, this may be the first time you recite the introduction to the Lotus Sutra, so you can also feel this tranquility of mind. So now we'd like to invite Master Doumai to tell us about the meaning behind doing this. Master, and masters who are joining us in this camp, and everyone, good morning. Oh, sounds like you haven't had breakfast. So your voice is a little weak. Good morning. Yeah, that's it. Need to be energetic. As we recite the sutra, we need to vocalize it and also do it with a sincere heart. So let's not do it weakly. Buddha won't be able to hear us. So the Lotus Sutra. There are three parts to the Lotus Sutra series. So after the Buddha expounded the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, he went into Samadhi. And so after that, Maitreya Bodhisattva asked the Manjusri Bodhisattva about this, and then the Buddha started to expound the Lotus Sutra. So now in Master's morning teachings, she's been going through the Lotus Sutra around the chapter of the medicinal herb, the parable of the medicinal herbs. So where did this come from, this recitation for the reciting the introduction to the Lotus Sutra? Well, it started in the Tang Dynasty by Dao Xuan, by Master Dao Xuan. And Master Dao Xuan specialized in the precepts. He was a Dharma master that received offerings and respect from not just people, but also from heavenly beings. And he has left us with a lot of commentary. And in his commentary toward the Lotus Sutra, he wrote down the ceremony for reciting this introduction, and this appeared on the 42nd volume of his commentary. So what we are practicing today actually comes from the Tang Dynasty and also from the Song Dynasty. So a sutra means sutra is a Sanskrit word. It means, okay, so sutras are what the Buddha taught us, taught the Saha world. This is one of his 9 ways of teaching the Dharma. So sutra means that it corresponds to the wondrous teachings, the wondrous truths of the Buddhas. Like when we talk about love, when we talk about care, if we do not put into practice, then we don't know what love is and we don't know what care is. Like giving the people a smile, a hug, and these are all conditioned dharma. These are ways of expressing love. So the sutra means that it corresponds to not just the Buddha's true teachings, it also corresponds to the capabilities of the sentient beings. So a sutra means a string of beads, a string of flowers. So the sutra also is also connects the dharma together, so they do not fall apart. So that is just like a string of beads. It's a string of dharma. So that's why that's the meaning of a sutra. So as we recite the sutra, this is called Qietuo in Sanskrit. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it in Sanskrit, but in Chinese it's Qietuo. So this, so in the composition of a sutra is there is a long prose version and then a short verse section that summarizes the prose. So the more condensed version is the verse part, and the sutras contain a lot of different types of content. Some are teachings that Buddha teaches without being asked a question. Some are his answers to questions that his disciples or other people ask. Now, since ancient times, people have been saying that the way to Buddhahood is the Lotus Sutra, and the way to open our wisdoms is through the Surangama Sutra. So the first part of the Lotus Sutra series is the Sutra of Immeasurable Meanings. We also recite this every day. So have you participated in the morning recitation sessions? Yes? No? Bodhisattvas? Oh, if you don't respond, then I don't know. So yes or no, it's okay, you can let me know. So when we recite the sutra, so for 3 days, we do 3 chapters: a chapter on virtue, the chapter on expounding the Dharma, a chapter on the 10 effects. So we start with the Sutra of Immeasurable Meanings, and then the Lotus Sutra itself with its 28 chapters, and then it ends with the sutra on the practices of Puxian Bodhisattva. So you have taken the refuge under Buddhism. The meaning of taking refuge under the Buddha is to turn from our upside down thoughts into something, into right views, to learn from the Buddha so that we can become a Buddha as well. So we want our hearts to be the same, to correspond to the Buddha's heart. And Sorry, I have lost connection. Let's be patient while the technical difficulties being resolved. So very importantly is that we take care of this place of cultivation inside our own hearts. So there's a song saying that the Buddha is teaching on a mountain. So where is this mountain? So do you remember the song? Yes, the Buddha is teaching on the mountain, but we do not need to seek for it. This place of cultivation of teaching is actually in our hearts, and that is what we should take care of. Cultivation comes down to taking care of the behaviors of our body, our mouth, our speech, and our mind. So what our future lives look like is determined by our past lives and our present life. So for our current life, we come across good affinities. There are also affinities that are not so good. So today I have the opportunity to recite the sutra with you today. So that is our affinity today. There are volunteers who had trouble connecting to us. So there are different affinities. Some affinities run deeper than others. So let's cherish what we have. And to purify our own minds, Buddha is someone with great realization. And as we learn from the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, we should have the vigilance to reflect on ourselves and to help transform people who have this affinity with us. And in this process, we can elevate ourselves, elevate our own self-realization. And that is observing the precepts to maintain our concentration and calmness, and to elevate, to enhance our wisdom. And that is cleaning out the place of cultivation within us to clear out the bad karmic seeds that we have accumulated in the past. So we should be mindful. Next, we are going to recite the introduction to the Lotus Sutra. And we invite you to enter this place of cultivation together. So you are not alone. You should also think about all the people who have had bad affinities with you or other connections to you in the past. Invite them to join you, and think about the Buddhas appearing in front of us. Also, those people with whom we have had affinities in the past, or bad karma in the past, they are also future Buddhas. And in this process, I think you have all experienced it before. The Buddha opened two paths to the Dharma. The true Buddha nature that each one of us already have, and also our actions. So our intrinsic nature and the actions that we do, these are the two Dharma doors. So this is also called opening up the provisional to reveal the true Dharma. So this corresponds to the capability of sentient beings. Ultimately, they correspond to our pure Buddha nature, which is the truth of our existence. This is the Buddha bringing us, helping us come to the same understanding as him. Now, there's a section where we prostrate to every word of this section of the sutra, and with each prostration of a character, we give our utmost sincerity and respect. And it starts with the character wonder, the wonders Dharma, and Lotus Sutra. So even the meaning of the sutra has a lot to teach. Like the lotus is something that grows out of the muck, just like Buddhas and Bodhisattvas arise out of this complicated and suffering human world. And now that we are part of the Lotus Sutra Dharma Assembly, we have this opportunity to study together, to cultivate together with Buddha as our ultimate goal, and the Bodhisattvas path as the process of getting there. When we think about that, all the family members we've had in the countless lives in the past, and also the people who we've had bad affinities in the past, invite them to join you in studying the Lotus Sutra in the recitation today. So as part of the recitation today, we'll be talking about the Buddha of many treasures who comes to join the Sakyamuni Buddha in expounding the Lotus Sutra. And so after inviting people to join the Dharma Assembly today, we complete the recitation of the sutra, and then finally we repay any mirasaving accumulated today we share to all sentient beings. So this section means that with a pure heart and pure practices, we repent, we take refuge under the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. This means that it's like we rely on the three treasures, just like we used to rely on our parents. And finally, we make the vow to get rid of our obstacles. So the Buddha has told us the way to do this, but we are the ones who need to put it into practice. Getting rid of the three obstacles, that means getting rid of our greed, our aversion or anger, and our ignorance or delusion. As we repay any mirrors that are accumulated in the recitation, we need to be very sincere. At first, as we are reciting, you may not be very familiar with the tunes, but I think over a short time you will come to internalize this. So try not to affect people around you, try to be in sync, and observe our body, speech, and mind as we do this recitation. Is that okay? So we will follow along the words on the screen. So that's my explanation. Thank you, and wish everyone the best. Thank you, Master Demai, for your explanation. So that's thank you again to our master. Now we are going to start with the recitation. Please stand. Please face the center aisle. Put your palms down. Thank Master Demai, Master Durgan in leading us to recite the introduction to the Lotus Sutra. So, dear Bodhisattvas, we will hear 3 chimes. So that invites the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to join us.
Nam 一 tiếng lên nhau hoa niên hoa kiên hoa hoa huệ xuống hoa phổ sa miao liên bông y xin tiếng lên nhau hoa niên hoa kiên hoa hoa huệ xuống hoa phổ sa miao hoa bông y xin tiếng lên nhau hoa niên hoa kiên hoa hoa huệ xuống hoa phổ sa miao kiên bông y xin tiếng lên nhau hoa niên hoa kiên hoa hoa huệ xuống hoa phổ sa miao hoa bông y xin tiếng lên nhau hoa niên hoa kiên hoa huệ xuống hoa phổ sa miao hoa bông y xin tiếng lên miao hoa niên hoa kiên hoa hoa huệ xuống hoa 花花回胸，魂菩萨妙不一心定力，妙法莲花经，花花回胸，魂菩萨妙不一心定力，妙法莲花经，花花回胸，魂菩萨妙萨婆一心定力，金花花经中起西风三世，一切菩萨行门愿告地道相见。一心定力，婆恨菩萨摩萨。尽心忏悔，得主救病，一切救相。就不是依赖，内心尽心流转相思，六根追求。 相不以开盖，一切所望不掉现前。我见你叫鸟花莲花丢，一出神棍花落黑哦。歌恨未来，三夜所踪，无边中罪，爱的消灭。心心相交，也将看定。好的中央，经营经丢。祝他兴旺，受得万幸，万主如来，胸在说话。所有功德，其随心，回向何体，敬上乐公。命中今日，正念面前，面见弥陀，一足相救。一刹那间，相恋花丢，破万众相，一相活动。忏悔花愿意，归表内三宝。南无心吽佛，南无心吽佛，南无 南无妙法莲华经，南无文殊师利菩萨，南无婆嘿菩萨。 难相救。万相相救。诸烦恼，安定定慧奇妙蓬万救。小处，爱生生相应。菩萨道。祝福大家。
感恩礼谢师父带领礼拜佛法程序，向两位师父请问讯礼，问讯。
特别没有听到。
恭送德麦师
特别没有
父。
听到你的声音。
好，大家请坐。我们现在把时间交给学员长。
Thank you, everyone. We now pass the microphone to our class convener. Thank you very much to Sister Tzu. Next, we have a break for 30 minutes. So we will be starting at 9:10, 9:10 Taiwan time. So because this is an online interaction today, we must all be on time and join the class at the right time. So next, as they're talking to the people who are live at the Jingsi Hall. This is also a good reminder for all of us that when we are sitting, we must sit straight. And if we are uncomfortable, we can move our legs a little, but we mustn't push our legs out all the way straight, as that is not a good look. And hence, next we hope that everyone can bring out their cups, and please be gentle with your actions. Next, we have the group leader standing up first and facing the center of the aisle. And the group leaders can leave first. All right, so we'll see everyone back here at 9:10 in 25 minutes time. Thank you.
Oh, chapter 21. This takes lagging time.
Everybody, the next class is about Tzu people's responsibility and mission. We have such great affinities in causes and conditions this time that all of our speakers are abode masters. And so such Jingzi Dharma lineage is so important for all Tzu people to understand, so that we say that when everybody comes to this world, we have our mission and our purpose. It is not only Master Zhen Yan that has such a mission. So as commissioners, since we are to follow Master Zhen Yan in her footsteps, then we must do what Master Zhen Yan would like to. Let's welcome Dehui Shifu to teach us this class. Please stand up. And perform a mood about to the abode master. Everybody please seat. Master, everybody, all the Bodhisattvas present. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, good evening, because this is a global Diligence Day. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to share about Tzu Chi volunteers' responsibility and purpose. Because of technology, it allows us to further understand the Dharma. If the internet is working, then we can see the image and hear the sounds. So it's almost like a wondrous existence and emptiness. This is just like that. Let us think about what is the responsibility and mission of Tzu Chi volunteers. We must practice. We must practice honesty to be. All Jingsi disciples must know if every Jingsi disciple are Jingsi people, so we must know that as our since our mission and our vows is to be bodhisattvas, then we need to know that we must not think of ourselves as only ordinary beings. It is not only when we are wearing our uniforms that we are Tzu Chi people. We should act accordingly at all times.
So we had the 6 parameters of giving, observing precepts, forbearance, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. So these are the 4 noble truths and the 6 parameters. So these are the verses written by our master. The Tzu Chi Dharma lineage is about practicing diligently, taking the Dharma and making our vow. Tzu Chi's school of Buddhism is a path in the human world using both compassion, wisdom, and the 4 innumerable hearts. So this means using both compassion and wisdom. As Tzu Chi people, we are not closing in on ourselves by going into the crowd. So the 4 innumerable hearts are kindness, compassion, joy, and giving. So undergoing training is like looking for that treasure jewel in our clothes. So where is this jewel? We need to find it. Because it is in our clothes, it's hard for us to spot. And we are continuing being that poor son. And we are struggling through life and without knowing that we have this precious jewel, priceless jewel. Such as in the sutra, it is written that world honored one is like when someone goes to a relative's family, being inebriated and sleeping. The relative puts a jewel into the clothes of this person. And because we're inebriated or we're drunk, it's like we are drunken with the 5 desires, and our afflictions are not broken, and we are ensnared by our delusion. So this is describing us. Even though we have come across Buddhism, we do not know the truth of the world. So in Master's notes, she wrote something like, Master, like life is just like a dream. And this is our delusion. We are unable to understand what truth is. We know even though we know something is wrong, we are unable to control ourselves. So all the different temptations in the world are what confuses us and what ensnares us, and we should break away from them so that we do not replicate this delusion. So all of us have this jewel. So it is through that our practice and through our training and through giving without asking for return that we are able to find our true pure nature. So even though this jewel is priceless, we need to put it to use so that it can have its effect. We need to trade it for something. And this trading is giving, is contributing, doing things that benefit others. And so if we do not use this jewel, then it is useless. It cannot have its effect. So this jewel is Dharma. And taking the Dharma into our heart, it is limitless. There's no way that we will use it up. We can share with others, and this puts the jewel into use, but the jewel itself is not diminished. Yet it is the way for the jewel to manifest its usefulness, its effect, its benefits. So knowing the conditions and affinities, and if we understand this deeply, we need to put it into practice as well, so that our inner understanding corresponds with our outer action, such that this Dharma can have its effect in the world. So this Dharma is something that we innately have. So all we need to do is to inspire this innate love in people so that we all come to benefit from it. You have your spiritual wealth, I have my spiritual wealth. It's like lighting a candle. This candle can light up millions more so that the world gets brighter and brighter. So as we share what we have learned through our contributions with others, it will inspire the love of other people so that the world ultimately fills with love. And this love that we have is not diminished when we share it and tell others about it. So let's take a look at this video from Mozambique. So how do we blaze this trail, prepare this land? How do we prepare this little piece of land so that it has become this big farm, growing vegetables and crops? And the people are able to sustain themselves. They can also give these props to other people to help them. How can I not treasure volunteers like this? His name is Paul. He has been in Tzu Chi for several years. He has taken Tzu Chi's Dharma to heart. He brings still thoughts. He uses the illustrated version. So he has learned the still thoughts, and he knows the still thoughts very well. He has come to his own understanding and put it into practice. So no matter where he encounters people, he has this sense of mission. He's saying, Madame, please wait a moment. Let me help you with this, with carrying this. So then he talks to her about the still thoughts as they walk. I'm very touched. This is seeking the Dharma and putting it into practice. And expounding the Dharma for the benefit of sentient beings. Here we see volunteers being very neat. In Mozambique, they're simple and they take the teachings easily. Just as we see how they line up their footwear to delineate the inside and the outside. Actually, the farm does not have a building, but there is a boundary in their minds. On the one side of the shoes is the outside, and on the other side of the shoes is a place of cultivation. Let's look at how they control their own hearts and are able to be in harmony as a result. So seeing Mozambique, we can see how diligently they work. The landowner lends out this land for Tzu Chi's use without getting a return. That's 19 hectares. So there are 1,700 volunteers who grow the crops there, and they have helped 47,000 people. So Paul leaves home at 5 a.m. He brings the Still Thoughts illustrated version, and 100 people, they sit here, very comfortable, definitely a very good environment, and they sit on the ground. They line up their shoes neatly. So he promotes Still Thoughts. So he does not know this person, but he offers help and takes the opportunity to share Still Thoughts. So this is what our bodhisattvas in Africa are doing that is very touching. So we should know that on the inside, we cultivate our sincerity, honestly, and sincerity. For those with a straight heart, it means that we do not say flowery things. And this is the foundation for a myriad of practices. So the straight heart is also a heart of honesty. It is the beginning of all other aspirations. These all begin with our honesty and integrity. So on the outside, we practice kindness, compassion, joy, and giving. This is giving a kindness to those who we do not know and seeing everyone's suffering as our own. It is only through putting this into practice can we understand how we can see all life in the world as one, as as sharing the same existence. We know that COVID has affected the entire world. And as of yesterday, there are 243 million people who have been infected with the disease, and it is still increasing. And there are more than 4.9 million people who have passed away from this. So COVID, even though we are wearing our masks now, this virus is still ravaging and it is not slowing down. So we need to be very vigilant. So let's look back on last year on January 24th. Master's letter of blessings was delivered to Tzu Chi people in mainland China. And in the letter, Master mentions COVID, which was just beginning at that time. She hopes that through being vegetarian and non-killing and the gathering of sincere love and blessings, we can turn the disease into peace and harmony. So Master has been worrying about COVID since that time, almost 2 years ago. Master had hoped that through vegetarian and through combining everyone's prayers, we would be able to put an end to COVID. The Master says she is worrying without words. And this pandemic is a warning from nature to mankind. So on March 23rd, Master said that looking up to the skies, we need to repent, and looking down on the earth, we need to say our gratitude. The virus is tiny, we cannot see it, so we need to be humble, repent, and be grateful. We need to take Master's teachings to heart. Looking back on 2001, the World Trade Center on September 11th, Master said that a disaster that shocks the world should lead us to realizations that that we take to heart. In 2003, Taiwan experienced SARS. Everyone also wore masks, and Master also asked everyone to be vegetarian. And in 2011, we did the Water Repentance Sutra, and 300,000 people were vegetarian for this performance. So that year, 12 typhoons passed by Taiwan without making landfall. So they brought rainwater, but they did not cause damage. So this is a result of being vegetarian and going into the sutras, cleaning ourselves and getting ourselves, ridding ourselves of bad habits. In 2019, of course, we saw COVID. Master is very worried. She says that the disaster of global scale has become upon us, but we have not awakened to it. So Master that day finally said that being vegetarian is something that is non-optional. We must tell people about it. We must promote it. So Master has been talking about getting everyone to be vegetarian since that time. So us as disciples must listen to this. Most importantly, we need to push this out to other people. So this pandemic is not something that humans can stop. But how can we mitigate? How can we mitigate it? The only way to do this is to be vigilant and promote life education, to respect all life, not just human life, but also animal lives. This is the most complete love. The eating is important. And through this pandemic, we can promote the education of eating. One cloth we can wear a long time, but one day we need three meals. As long as we are alive, we need to eat. Thus, what we eat is of grave importance. If we are not vegetarian, then we are creating more and more evil in this world with the killing and factory farming. So Master hopes that with this pandemic, we can help the whole of humanity can turn from a carnivorous diet to a vegetarian diet, a vegan diet. How many of you are vegetarian? Please raise your hand, including those of you online. Okay, and how about those who are starting to be vegetarian today? It's very important. It is also healthy for us. So the whole of humanity needs to become vegetarian for us to have hope for a sustainable future. So we need to work together and try to promote vegetarian. In 1 second, 2,556 animals are killed. This does not even include marine life. So this amounts to 80 billion animals per year. So this is how cruel humans are without even thinking about it. So if by 2050, human population gets up to 10 billion, and in addition to the animals that are raised, then the earth will be bearing a load that it cannot bear. So this is something we need to be aware of. And science has told us that being vegetarian is the only way to sustain our world. So being vegetarian and vegan is something that needs to be done on a global scale. 3 calamities, according to the Buddhism's: famine, pandemic, and wars. There are a lot of people in the world who are going hungry, who do not have clean water.
So there should be a video that I would like to
and diseases
show everybody.
Arise as a result of malnutrition.
And we may be, there are so many people that
Yet there are many people
that are missing food, and they are people that's throwing away perfectly fine food. There is karma when it comes to that. We must awaken. People cannot stay unawakened. So Bodhisattva asked the Buddha, how come we do not eat meat? And the Buddha said that we must be we must not eat the flesh of animals, for it will kill our seeds of compassion. I mean, if we look at animals, before we kill them, they do cry. They cry like babies. And so people say that if slaughterhouses we can see what's there, if it's made a house of glass, then everybody would not eat meat. I am not able to watch videos where animals are being killed. It is very cruel. So before we didn't know about this, and so we just eat meat. But for myself, I became a vegetarian very, very early on. I thought that vegetarian food was very delicious, so I just started. It was very easy. It's not hard to be vegetarians at all. We must awaken because we feel compassion and we do not bear for them to suffer. And there are evidence that suggests that vegetarians would have. There are anecdotes that say that vegetarians do have less symptoms if they were to become infected with COVID. Here's a video of a very cute little bodhisattva. I am Zhang Zhiying. I'm only 6. I've been a vegetarian since I was 5. I joined a vegetarian planet because I want to be vegetarians. So this is her mom. I do worry if she would have her nutrients being a vegetarian. So we asked experts on how to make sure that her nutrients are balanced. Oh, I cut my finger and it hurts. And I'm thinking that for animals, if they were to be cut open, it would hurt a lot. If I eat a chick, then the mummy chicken would not be able to find her baby, and she would be very, very sad, just like how when I get lost and I can't find my mom, then I'm very sad and I cry. Today, I'm going to make, I like cooking. I'm going to make a vegetarian dish. I really hope that everybody in my family can be vegetarians with me. I finished cooking. I'm very proud of my daughter. She's very firm in wanting to be a vegetarian. Even when on the dinner table, there would be fish or meat, she still only wants to eat her vegetarian food. I like to eat different kinds of vegetables. I am putting this up so that my grandma will know to cook vegetarian food and not meat. Can I invite you to be a vegetarian with me? How about try it with just try it with one day. I think my daughter is here to transform the whole family. Now we eat a lot less meat in comparison to vegetables. So I want to, and then the little girl says that I want to be a vegetarian until the day I die. I don't want animals to be hurting and being hurt every day. Okay. She doesn't want animals to be hurting and to be hurt. You see how she describes that animals would be hurting. They are so innocent children and they're so cute. Now let's child who is almost like a little philosopher. She is 8. People are not as smart. Some are a little dumb, Well, let me tell you how people are stupid. They think that, oh, they shouldn't eat little animals, but why do they choose 1 month to be vegetarians? But they still haven't put down their desire for fried food. Well, if you eat too much of fried food, it would make your it would just make your body more heated up. I feel like after you become a vegetarian, 1 month passes by really quickly, and like a year passes by quickly too. I mean, one day after the next, and etc. Then soon is going to be the end of the semester, and we have our end of the semester tests at school. But it's so short. But if we are vegetarians for our entire lifetime, I think it's a little bit better. I'm vegetarian, Pan Jiaying. Every day I eat such delicious and great food. I hope everybody can join me to protect the earth and protect little animals and be vegetarians with me. Yes, this is very cute. Her dream is to have more people be vegetarians and to have more people listen to the Dharma. This is a little child in China. And she said to Master Zheng Yan, hoping Master Zheng Yan to stay in this world longer. And Master asked, do you need that? And so the little girl said, yes, we need it. And one day she was picked up by a brother, and the little girl asked, and the little asked, are you a vegetarian? And the brother said, yes, I am. But do you eat eggs? Oh, are we not supposed to eat eggs either? No, you're not supposed to eat eggs. So we must have the heart of an innocent child. We must have the bravery of a lion, and to have the perseverance of a camel. These are the three hearts that the three hearts that Buddhist practitioners should have. So from the Bamboo Bank times to now, as an international NGO, we have been in 126 countries, and we have volunteers in over 66 countries. So here, this is a global diligence day that connects the whole world. So we must have faith that we are selfless and that others have love. So we must listen to the Dharma. And our hope is that we can bring purity to people's hearts and harmony to societies. And of course, hoping that there will be no disasters in the world. And to the path, the sutras are a path, and it is a path to be walked on. So we must, as Tzu Chi's Dharma door is to walk the Bodhisattva path. So to be diligent and be in training is so that we have such firm spiritual aspirations to walk the path and not be and not be defeated through personal or interpersonal conflicts. It's just like the lotus. They're so beautiful, but it must be in a muddy pond. Without the mud in the pond, the lotus will not be able to grow. So we must remember not to be defeated by conflicts from others, but to stay firm. good men is true diligence. If we only talk about things as a way really good at talking, but those listening to what these things are is very touching. But have we is our etiquette and the way we present ourselves the right way? So it is important to act, not only to speak. To give the Dharma is to spread the Dharma. To give through our actions is to put to practice the Dharma through our actions. Just like the recycling volunteers are bodhisattvas, that they bend down to do recycling work. This is a Kaohsiung sister volunteer. And she said that there are 5 not afraids that we must be able to do. We must not be afraid of the filth, not be afraid of heat, smelly, and not be afraid of things that would make us feel afflicted and annoyed. We must have environmental, all over the world, people are doing things for environmental protection. This is also a type of Dharma. So Quanzhou in China, so they are advocating for stores to lessen their use of plastic bags. They also go to the wet markets and the stores to talk to people about this. I believe that those who are truly taking Master's Dharma to heart will put it to action. And this is another place in China. They are, look at this picture, these people, these volunteers are, they collected the, and they must go through very steep cliffs to be able to bring it out of the ocean and the beaches. And look at this, these are all styrofoam. If we do not remove the styrofoam from the ocean, then eventually they will be eaten by the sea animals, and the animals will die. Or let's talk about PET bottles, so water bottles. Such water bottles in the ocean will become microplastic. So for these volunteers, it is very difficult because they only have half an hour when the tides are low to be able to do this. So they do have such touching and great determination, to do this. The captain of the boat were so touched and are helping them out of without wanting things in return as well. These people actually, they can live a very, very comfortable life. Why do they go into doing recycling? Because they through giving, they awaken and they slowly change their habitual tendencies, and they want to help others, and they gain Dharma joy through it. we must be very mindful and work hard to listen to Master's teaching of the Lotus Sutra. There's not a whole lot of time left. When else would you have such opportunities to listen to the original speaker teaching this? Do we have faith? Sometimes if we take a look at our lives and we don't work hard in our current lives, then where would we go in our next life? We must, we might become a confused person if we do not remain diligent in this life. Oh, this is a little boy. This is the Hualien child. Medicine of the heart is to have love in our hearts. Only when everybody have kindness in our hearts, that is when we can be able to eliminate the pandemic. We must nurture the love in our hearts and protect all lives. To be a vegetarian is to express the most complete love to all sentient beings. Let us work together. Thank you, Amitabha. Bye-bye. He doesn't know how to read yet. He's only about 3 or 4 years old. It's hard to imagine that he didn't practice and you see how he speaks very, very clearly, and he listens to Master's teachings every day. So this is another kid. There's another child. Go into the Saha world. Go into the Saha world to transform sentient beings. We know that the world is full of suffering, and we do not bear to see sentient beings suffer. Let us make vows to go into the world without fear and act without fear. Let us to have selfless love. And to hold on to our faith, our vows, and the path. Thank you. He repeated the last line 3 times because it was very important. See, he can memorize all these words because, well, I mean, he doesn't, he cannot read yet. He's so young. He can memorize it all. This certainly is an accumulation from past lifetimes. He comes to the abode every day. So we can see that when our direction is clear and our spiritual aspirations is firm, then we can differentiate the right from wrong. The right Dharma, we must be mindful and put to practice. What is wrong, we must immediately stop doing it. So we must be very clear and pure in our consciousness. So when we hear the Dharma, what we hear, we must have faith in it and then put to practice. We hear such young bodhisattvas. There are so many examples of this. They are Malaysia. There's so many little kids there that said this. So all over the world, there are examples of this. They are very determined to follow Master Cheng Yen and to listen to the Dharma. The six virtues, it is so difficult and valuable to be able to hear and be able to hear the sutra.
So these people can only understand a little bit about the sutra. They do not understand, they cannot read, but they can listen to a spoken word. So there are a lot of people like this overseas. So they listen to the Chinese, but they write their notes in English. Now there are also people who can understand the Minnan or Hokkien language. So there are a lot of people in China like this. They need to do the translation for themselves, and I think they get about 99% of the content. This is because they put their hearts into it. There are so a lot of people in China who do not know this dialect, the Minnan dialect, but they try, and over time they pick up this dialect and are able to understand the most of it. So as we face the different suffering beings in the world, for those who have firm resolve and have received the correct Dharma, the Dharma of the one vehicle, then we can be at peace and be at ease, and we will not be affected by the things that happen around us and have them affect our Dharma resolve. So people who practice the Bodhisattva path are very important. So we should not let our resolve cool down. As we live from day to day, we should have our cultivation grow and become firmer and firmer. So we should maintain the same sort of enthusiasm for Dharma so that it can grow and water more and more. So I think we are indeed very blessed and that we have come across Buddhism, and we should cherish it. Well, we should not act lightly. We should be measured in our actions, because how do we transform other people? We need to convey a sense of propriety that reflects the inner wisdom we have. We should not act frivolously or lightly, but still be friendly and caring toward people. Thus, we will gain their respect. And this is called adorning ourselves with our own actions. Such as Master reminds us to keep our hairstyles neat, such as men should have short hair that is more neat. And if you come and spend a lot of time in Tzu Chi, and you take notice of how you act, I think a lot of your friends will start to comment that you look younger, that you have changed. How many of you have had that experience? There's another virtue that says, in the past, people say that, oh, master does not want any fame. Master says, of course, I want I like my fame because I'm very, I'm very worried that Tzu Chi missions would be damaged. So I need to maintain a good reputation. Thus, whether it be the Jin Si Dharma lineage or the Tzu Chi school of Buddhism, they need to be proper so that we can receive and welcome more people in here. So when we come into Tzu Chi, we need to observe the 10 precepts. As we go through internship and training, we come to understand everything about Tzu Chi, then one can be certified. This is also part of having a name. When you become a Tzu Chi commissioner, when you become a faith corps member, you need to have the same corresponding character and action so that your respectfulness is, people will naturally respect you. And when people hear that you are a Tzu Chi person, they know that you can be trusted. So this is all part of having that name. A lot of people feel fortunate to be in Tzu Chi because that has brought about a positive change in their lives and better for their future. Another virtue is having the benefit of being auspicious. If we can be at ease and have a very strong qi, and with our respectfulness. Another virtue is nobility. If we do our Tzu Chi school of Buddhism well, everyone follows rules well, then we can truly create good affinities with others and truly create blessings. This is the true Bodhisattva path. So we need all of these, the 6 virtues that we can practice both blessings and wisdom. So such people are able to receive the Wondrous Lotus Sutra. These are the people who have the right capabilities to receive the Lotus Sutra. And people who are able to cultivate both blessings and wisdom. So as we become certified, it's like we have the student card, student ID in Buddhism, that we can start practicing on the Bodhisattva path. So becoming certified is not a graduation; it is getting enrolled. It's receiving our student IDs on this path of Buddhism toward Buddhahood. So, for example, in China, we only take the internships and the training volunteers need to receive recommendations from other volunteers. That is how they enroll. They cannot just apply and register. They need recommendations. So they need to be vegetarian. Even if they are not completely vegetarian, they need to be almost there. So once they start training, they must be fully vegetarian. And of course, needless to say, once they're certified, they must be vegetarian. And so as they take on a different function in Tzu Chi, a very important part of that is promoting vegetarianism. Now, of course, they also need to keep up to date with Tzu Chi's newest Dharma teachings. Now, there's a young Tzu Chi volunteer lady who does not work, but only does Tzu Chi volunteer work. Now her husband says, why don't you go to work? You're doing Tzu Chi all day long. So, but she was not affected by her husband's comments. She maintained her calmness. She knows she's doing the right thing. And as she listens to Dharma each day, she takes good notes. And so every day she writes her own notes after her Dharma. And because she writes these things, so she transforms herself. So her husband felt it as well. She makes a vegetarian lunchbox for her husband. So her
So her
husband
husband thought that it tasted really good. And so one day her husband went to the hospital to see the doctor, and that you've been eating recently, your dishes have become a lot better. And so the husband said, oh, I didn't change anything. It's just that my wife has been making vegetarian food for me. And so in China, they have a criteria where every person who wants to become a commissioner must have a seminar or a tea party. And so this particular commissioner in training invited her husband to come, and her husband said that he also wants to become a person as well. So we must listen to the Dharma, because if you don't do that, then you cannot know Master Cheng Yen well. Then how do you become certified if you don't understand Master well? So the other thing is that vegetarian food is really delicious. So there is a contest going on recently. It's the 21-day challenge to be a vegan. And the vegetarian food is very delicious. We must have the right understanding of this so that we can feel this peace and tranquility in our minds. And so then we won't have such afflictions in our minds then. So in Taiwan, it's so easy to obtain vegetarian meals in Taiwan. So is this something that everybody can do? It is delicious and healthy, and for the sentient beings around the world, we must do this. And we also must guide others to go on this path as well. I had to shorten some of the videos because of time constraints, but we can see that those little cute bodhisattvas, they have been influencing their families to be vegetarians as well. And even Master says that these bodhisattvas are so cute, and they are so clear on their path. There's one day a little boy that always comes to prostrate to Master Cheng Yen, and so a little child in Malaysia was asked by his mom, do you envy the children that can prostrate to Master Cheng Yen every day? And the Malaysian child said, why would I be envy? Master is in my heart all the time. So it is very touching. These are all bodhisattvas that returned to this world. We must think about if, when we come back in our next lifetime, if we would be so clear in our minds and where we are, instead of being confused and having a muddled mindset. So let us get close to beneficial friends so that we do not get lost, we do not become lost, and we must remain diligent. Are we ready to do this? Oh, you didn't, you didn't say yes loudly. Really hoping that every morning that at 5:20 can connect to the abode. You wake up early to listen to the Dharma. After listening to the Dharma, and then whatever you do after for the rest of the day, whether you go to work or what have you, you will feel very joyful. Do you know Brother Faisal from Turkey? Our volunteers in training, do you know him? He's Muslim. But he listens to the morning teachers every day. Every morning he listens to this. And then there was one year that he translated the song, a Tzu Chi song into Arabic, and he was taken away by the government about this song. They thought that he was a terrorist, and so Brother Faisal shared with the government about what Tzu Chi has done in Turkey. And so the police listened to what he said and verified that what he said was true, and so released him, even though they wouldn't let him know where he was brought to, but did release him, and very safely. Master says that Master said that if we are deluded, then we would not be able to. We would act poorly and act wrongly, and so he kept that in mind that day. Instead of fighting with the police, that he acted calmly and came out of the situation safely. Why is it that Master is working so hard to have everybody walk the Bodhisattva path together? Because there is collective karma. This collective karma is global. So it doesn't matter if you only protect yourself. There's no use in that. We must gather the people around us to do good deeds and influence the world to do good, so that we can have the whole world be peaceful. And it isn't that we just find people to come into Tzu Chi and then certify them. That's not what it is. We must guide them and show them the way. So those of us that are in training to become certified, or to be that are already certified, we can invite more people to join us, but we must be mindful of the way we carry ourselves and our actions and our thoughts, so that we can become a living Bodhisattva in this world. Uphold the diligence in our heart, and to continue on the Bodhisattva path and be diligent every day. If they hold your palms together and bow to the Master. Thank you, De Huai, Master De Huai. Okay, everybody, please be seated. And truly, in these great grand lessons, we have such great mission. This pandemic, in this pandemic, those that were suffering already, are in even more hardship. And Master Zhen Yan has made the vow to be able to buy the Pfizer vaccines. So as disciples, we must support this action and so the theme for this year's year-end blessing is to spread love as well as uphold a vegetarian diet. Next is a break, and we are going to pass the mic to our lead attendee. Thank you. Thank you. Now it is the break time. The next time to come back is 10:40 a.m. Please, everybody, please be seated at 10:35 sharp. Please remember where you are seated so that you can find your seat after the break. And so please remember the way we are seating, because, and so if we can also be mindful of our volume when on our break, and so let us exit the hall accordingly. And so for the online folks, this is a break time until 10:35 a.m. Class will begin again at 10:40. Thank you very much.
下，我想要先跟师兄对一下我们的影片哈。那我现在会播到的影片第一支啊，是在第16页。然后那个右下角它都是同一个地方，它就会有一个人指1，好，那就代表要播影片1。啊，对对对对对，好，那我就会说，好，请音控师兄播放，这样好像是师姐了哈，请音控菩萨播放。好，那我只有第一次会呼叫你们，然后接下来我就会讲啊，请播放这样子。好，那要不要播放看看呢？好，因为它都是同一个转档规格，我想说如果有前面1、2支可以的话。好，没有声音，我们现场没有声音。
也差将近是60年
啊，有。哎，又没有了。
上心
啊，有了。
师徒，咱无亏欠来这世啦。
哦，会直播。哦，这样啊，那不要。好 ，OK， 好了，谢谢，感恩，好。哦，线上安慰线上。然后那个想请教你，不会，到时候对，你如果要讲到说这个位置是你师父的位置，对，等我登上你是不是应该先拍这个位置？对，好，我 Q 他。由他出去，你可以 Q 他，好不好？好，我 Q 他。找不到他人哈。好，一开始都对我就好了。对，好，然后我有一个地方会转到有师傅，跟他说，好，你是说，请画面转
Thank you very much for the AV group. In the past, when we returned to the Hualien Jingsi abode, there will always be a class held by Dharma Master De Ci, who tells us about the story behind how Tzu Chi began right from the beginning. However, Dharma Master Dharma Master De Ci passed away this year in May. So it is with great sadness. And Master Zhen Yin also says to us that she still feels that Master De Ci is still here with us and has not left us. Hence, today we have invited Lai Ruiling, who is the head of the documentation department here at the headquarters, to share the stories with us. And she has compiled the videos from Master De Ci to help us reflect and learn about the stories. So let us now invite Sister Ruiling. Dear Masters De Ci and De Yuan, and all our volunteers who are attending here today in Hualien Jingsi Hall, hello, and also hello to all those who are online with us today. I am very grateful that I have this opportunity to be here today and to share these stories. With regards to looking back at the history of Tzu Chi, this is a very emotional topic for me, because it is something that is very important for the documentation group. So for me, I actually did training for 3 years. It is very long and longer than normal people, because it is longer for me because I had difficulty completing all my training. Every time I would tell myself, do I really want to train? Do I really want to become a certified volunteer? I'm so grateful for all the Tzu Chi volunteers and sisters who have been supporting me and encouraging me along the way. But once I became certified, I realized Master's footsteps was so fast. Every day is like training. There is not a single day that Master Zhen Yin rests. And that is the same for Dharma Master De Ci as well. So today, I would like to share with you the stories about back when Tzu Chi first started. So if we look back at the old magazines from Tzu Chi Monthly, you would see that Tzu Chi first started with charity, and then it went toward medical clinics and support. Back then, the doctors who were helping did not understand about Tzu Chi. So that is why we started this returning to the roots of Tzu Chi, so that they would learn more about Tzu Chi. So this is the first group of our Tzu Chi nursing students. So the nursing school was the very first part of our education mission. So apart from getting an education, the students would also come back to understand the roots. And we can see standing in the middle is Dharma De Ci. So there was over 170 students who came, and that is one of the photos of one of the groups that came that day. So whether you are a team member, a staff, a volunteer, or anyone who is not in Hualien, they would all come back to the roots to learn. And Dharma Master De Ci would always be here. And then in 1991, we had students who were graduating as well from university. Again, when they graduated, they also came here to come to the roots to learn about Tzu Chi. So the most important message is to let them know that Tzu Chi is your forever home, and your home is always going to be here. So whether if you are graduating or not, you can always come back to the spiritual home. So here in Tzu Chi, we have the Tzu Chi volunteers, the mothers, Ida, Baba, and Mama, who come and care for these students so that they always have support. And there is a photo like this that you would not usually see. So this is a very special photo that is in 1985. So it's around the same time as the previous photo. So this is back when the Dharma masters of the abode were making nappies for babies. So this is actually the last day, December 31st of 1985. So on the eve of New Year's, they were working hard because they needed to continue to raise funds for the building of the hospital. So you can see that when you come to the Jingsi abode, when we stay there for a few days, whether it's our eating or our accommodation, everything's free. And this is because it is all supported by our Dharma masters of the Jingsi abode. And then we can see in 1989, this is the front of the Jingsi abode. So right now, it is the entrance part, but back then this was farmland. So we can see also here with the changing of the environment in 1994, January 9th, this is where the photo is taken. So they were making powders, so nutritional powders from beans. So the home of the Jingsi abode is for everyone. It is not just for the Dharma masters. So brothers and sisters, what does it mean to return to the roots? So this is a photo from 2004. Dharma Master Deci was here sharing with us. So these are just photos from a few years. That's in 2008. Dharma Master Deci was here as well, sharing with us. And then in 2012, again, just the same. But last year, when the pandemic began, in 2019, September 23rd, that was the last time that Master Deci was able to share with everyone. And then last year, in October 17th, again, everyone was online and Master Deci was still there to share with us. So we are very grateful that there is still a spot available for Dharma Master Deci today. I am only here to help facilitate Dharma Master Deci so that her words and her teachings can still continue to be shared with everyone else. So this spot today is for Dharma Deci because she is the most important person to help us look back onto the history of Tzu Chi. So today, she is not here with us, but Master teaches us that we must never forget that person, that year, and that vow to continue to do Tzu Chi. So you can see Dharma Deci, the first disciple of Master Zhen Yin. In 1934, she was born in Hualien, and in 1949, she decided to become ordained as a nun. And then she, in 1969, she became Dharma Master's disciple, 1964, and decided to follow Master from then on. So in 1966, that's when Tzu Chi was formed. So she is the very first disciple of Master Zhen Yan. And then in 2021, this year, May 20th, she passed away. So for all this time, from when she joined, became Master's disciple until today, this year, she was always here with Master. So I'd like to play this video for everyone. This is Master Zhen Yan talking to Master Deci on her last day. I feel that I have great affinities with you. As master and disciple, our relationship has been over half a century now. It's almost 60 years now that we have been together. We have worked together to help and benefit all living beings. As master and disciple, we never thought about what we needed. We just keep working. We come here and do the work that we feel that is important. Sometimes we may come earlier, some of us may come later. So for those who have come first, we may also leave first, but we are the ones who pave the way for others to come and to join us. The relationship between a master and disciple is for lifetime after lifetime. So you are leaving us now because you are going there for the next life to continue to pave a path. And I will follow you soon behind your footsteps. So there is no deviation between this. Master Dezi says, Master, I will follow you for life after life. Please remember this vow. We have an agreement and we will be here together. We will work together for life after life. Okay, thank you very much for this video. It's replaying again. This was a connection between Master and Master Dezi on May 11th. So we can see here between Master and disciple, they said they will be together and for life after life. So this is a love, a great love between the two of them. So the person to leave first is the one to lead the way and to continue to pave this path. So what kind of path is this? This path that they have walked has not been easy and has been very filled with hardship. So to be able to walk onto this grand path of the Bodhisattva path, let us see a video between why did Master Dezi ask to become Master Cheng Yen's disciple? Back then, Master Cheng Yen said she wouldn't take in disciples. So I asked Master Cheng Yen, I said, because there is this affinity, I said, Master finally agreed. And she felt, okay, after become this Master Cheng Yen's disciple, after doing charity work, we wondered what else should we continue to do. So after Master Cheng Yen finished sharing and giving her teachings, we can see that there is a connection and affinity between the two of you. Do you remember there was something special on the day when you became her disciple? I remember when I became Master's disciple and took refuge in her, it was just the day before Buddha Day. There was a lot of people and we were giving out, conducting charity relief work as well. So we were very busy and it was very simple. There was no official ceremony for this. Was there anyone else who became Dharma Master Cheng Yen's disciple? So we can see here in the photo on the very right is Dharma Master De En, and also the very first certified volunteer, Mei Ling, and also Dharma Master De Rong. And so we five of us were the ones who became Master's disciple. So each one of them took and became Master's disciple one at a time. So although Master Cheng Yen said she would not receive a disciple, why did you think that you wanted to become her disciple? And why were you so determined to continue this connection with her? At the time, I hadn't heard much about Master Cheng Yen and heard some of her classes, and hearing her giving her teachings. Back then, Master Cheng Yen was only 26 years old. And whenever I heard Master Cheng Yen talk, I would be filled with joy and Dharma joy. I didn't think much about it. I just felt like this is the person I want to follow, and I wanted to cultivate myself through Master Cheng Yen. So that is why I really begged Master Zhen Yan to accept us. At the time, Master Zhen Yan said, there isn't a ceremony for this. We just agree and we bow to the Buddha and bow to Master, and that was it. So although it was such a simple, non-ceremonious event, it is actually one of the most important days. Master Zhen Yan, Master Deci, do you still remember where this photo was taken? Yes, this was actually at the rooftop of a building. So it was just a few days after we became disciples, and we took a photo to remember this moment. That was 5 years ago for the 50th anniversary. And this is also why I am here today. Many people have said to me, I actually personally interviewed Deci Sifu, so that is why I am here today. But to be honest, my Taiwanese is actually terrible. And yet Master Deci speaks mainly in Taiwanese, but she kept saying it's okay, she'll try and speak in Mandarin. So Master Deci was very accommodating, and she was very willing to talk to me in Mandarin. And when we finished the interview, I said, Master Deci, you can rest now. I didn't want her to sit for too long as her back was aching, and she wasn't upset or anything. When she stood up, she was very slow, and I felt really bad about this because at the time I didn't think about her health condition. At the time, it wasn't, she was still in good health, but I shouldn't have made her sit for so long. So why is there so much meaning in this photo? It was just the next day when Master Zhen Yan was going on a summer retreat. So Master Zhen Yan was leaving for the retreat, and she hadn't asked for these disciples to do anything. She wasn't expecting them to become nuns or anything like that. But it was this such very simple acceptance of discipleship. And now they have been together for up until today. So you can see it is that resolute resolution where this willingness to continue to be Master's disciple. So what kind of faith is this that gives them such a great sense of purpose and resolution and vow to follow Master Zhen Yan? So you can see they bowed 3 times to the Buddha and then to the Master. Of course, at the very beginning of Tzu Chi, it was very filled with hardship and frugality. So there wasn't much there. They were lacking in resources, and they had to survive by making a living themselves. So that was back when they were living nearby the little wooden hut. So we were cooking porridge in the pot there. And our life was very difficult at the time. And we knew that there would be more people coming the next day for the charity distribution. So we were cooking the rice, and we had to put a lot of water in it. And we put a little salt in there for everyone to eat. So I know this photo was taken around 1967, 68. And back then, life was very difficult. How did you survive? So Master said we had to make a living for ourselves and not accept donations. So we did some handicrafts and to sell items and to survive. There were 7 people who needed to live together. So we often had to go to the temple next door to borrow oil and rice. So there was about 100 square meters of land there. So we would grow our own vegetables and food. And when we ran out of money, we would just look for wild vegetables to eat. It really was very hard at the time. And Master Zhen Yan also had poor health as well, as she has a heart condition. And so we often thought about whether we could find something more nutritious for Master Zhen Yan. So we often felt very bad about it because we would see Master not feeling well with her heart condition. And yet, as disciples, we were unable to help her. So many of us would go to the back and cry. But we would feel very bad because we wouldn't even have money and we couldn't even buy food and medicine for Master Zhen Yan. So we would make tofu and we would marinate it in a lot of salt. We would make it very salty so that we could have a very tiny bit of salty tofu to have with the rice or porridge. And we would eat the same food, pickled food, for several months. So back then it was just 50 cents that we would have spent for an entire month of food. Master would often tell us, since we have become ordained and left the mundane life, we need to be able to put up with hardships. So we must be able to accept this kind of hardship, because if we ever come across anything more difficult, we would be able to get through it. So this is that lifestyle of frugality, diligence, and hard work. So just to be able to eat, we would eat a little. If they had 3 meals, they would have it. If they couldn't afford it, they would have 1 meal a day. So you can see they would often have salty tofu. And that was how do we experience this and understand what it is like to have the salty tofu? So Master was very determined that without work, they would not eat and they would not receive any donation from anyone. So this is very different from other Buddhist monasteries where they would receive donations and help. So this is such a huge challenge for everyone. So I would like to share with everyone about this. So Tzu Chi Foundation or Tzu Chi Merit Society was established in 1966. So back then in Hualien, this area, it was extremely remote. The eastern part of Taiwan was very underdeveloped. So back then, the difference between the population in Taiwan, it was about 13.5 million people, and that was about 42 to 1. And now it's about 72 to 1 person who lives in Hualien. So in terms of Taiwan's economic status, it was around the same time in 1966 when it was starting to go off and Taiwan was becoming more developed. So it was back when people were starting to be able to travel and go out and leave the country. And so people were starting to become wealthier. But at that time, what Master Zhen Yan saw was the suffering of people, of the impoverished people. So the very first case, the very first medical case we ever had was this lady, Wu Dangui. So that was on May 14th, which is also happens to be in 1966. So she would get 100 NT dollars a month for living. So to help with her eyesight, she was sent to Luodong area to get this treatment. And at the time, it was 500 NT dollars. That is a lot for those back in those days, unlike today, where 500 NT dollars isn't so much. So you can think about it in terms of this. Teacher salary back then was 700 NT dollars. So 500 NT dollars is a lot, because it is basically close to one teacher's 1 month salary. So should we send her to get treatment? And what was the life that Master Zhen Yan was living? She was still living in the small wooden hut. So we can see Master Deci really felt very bad. So after sending her to get treatment, what else was there? She still needed to get treatment. So it's not just transportation. So that the treatment. So unfortunately, after she got her treatment for her eyes, which cost over 2,000 NT dollars, she passed away. So what happened when she passed away? The brothers and sisters, the volunteers, had to continue to support her family. So you can see here there is white rice, and they would give her $100 worth. So what about the food that Master Deci was saying, that they didn't have meals and they couldn't afford to eat daily? Yet instead, they gave up all their food and gave it to this family. So in 1967, on May, this family situation improved and they were able to end this case. So you can see, apart from helping her, they also helped her family. So we can see that Master Deci would also mention back then that it would be $2.50 for transportation or a bus, and she would often have difficulty paying for this. But they also had to deliver all the food and the things that they wanted to sell. So they had to purchase a little vehicle to help them with the delivery. And yet they still had to get loans to be able to pay it off bit by bit. So we can see here in the very first Tzu Chi monthly, you would see that they were soliciting donations, and it would be $1, $2. And the greatest amount that they got was $1,000. And let us take a look at the sister who brought out the very first case, which is Li Shi, Sister Li Shi. So she is certified volunteer number 6. So she actually said once that she really made life difficult for Master Zhen Yan because she let Master Zhen Yan know about this case, Lu Dangui. And this means this would put Master into greater hardship. So because of all this, the transportation and the treatment, and then looking after family, that was so much money. And she was unable to solicit so much donation. But should they continue to help her or not? Still, Master insisted on helping this case. So she felt that she had to spend her entire life to continue to support Master Zhen Yan forever. So their very first volunteer seed in Taipei, Taidong, and Kaohsiung were all people that she brought out. So it is because of this she has been able to spread Tzu Chi throughout Taiwan. So you can see the spirit and this willingness to continue to spread this great love everywhere. Master Zhen Yan also tells us that if we don't encounter challenges, we will not grow in wisdom. So not only is it about providing financial support, it is also very important that we also provide spiritual support. So whatever challenges they have, we need to continue to help. So in 1990, we can see here, not only did Master Deci need to farm and do all of this work to survive, she also had to give care to the care recipients. So you can see here at the back of Puming Temple, there was a little piece of land here where you can see our senior volunteers back then also helping out with the farm. So let's hear Dharma Detsu share with us. So back when doing farming, it wasn't very easy. Is that you, Master Tzu? Yes, it was back then when we just put in the rice seedlings and we had to put in the rice. We had to put in water, but when we flooded the area with water, the seeds came up and they were floating. So we had to go back into the water and to try and put the seedlings back in. So we had a lot of difficulty there. And I said to the sister to ask her to help me. I said, please hold on to me so I wouldn't fall in. And I would put the seedlings back into the water, back into the soil. I thought it would be easy and to just reach out and put it in. So growing rice paddies, rice is not easy, is it? Indeed, there is quite a lot. There's fertilizing and there's caring for these seedlings. And we would have to look after them and make sure they were doing okay. And because we didn't have any money to ask people to help us, we could only do these ourselves. So, and we did hire 2 men to help us with moving some of the things because it was just too heavy for us to move. So we really had to go through quite a lot of hardship and to do everything we could. So we heard that in the first few years, your crops did not grow very well. Indeed, we didn't have any experience and we didn't know what we were doing. So because we didn't know and we didn't put enough fertilizer or we gave too much, and then we would have to go to Fengyuan for about 20 days, about half a month. And then when we came back after our traveling, I thought I'd come and see how things were going and we'd come and take a look. I was getting so excited thinking I would be able to come back to a field filled with crop. Back then we spent quite a bit. It was about $30,000. And we had to borrow from the bank for $30,000 and because the total cost was about 11,000. But when we came back, we were worried because we saw why did all the crops die? I was on the merge of tears because to us, having borrowed so much money from the bank was a lot of stress for us. And yet there were these difficulties with growing the crops. And it was about $80 from what we could make. And yet we were still owing the bank $30,000. So at first we thought when we would be able to grow these crops, we would be able to return the money, but everything was lost. We lost everything. It was heart-wrenching to see this and didn't know how, it's hard to express. It really felt very difficult. We knew we had to continue, but the stress that we had, the pressure we had was so huge. And we kept wondering, where would we get this money back to return to the bank? So with all this money that we were owing to the bank, and yet Master insisted that we would survive on our own. So what would we do? So apart from growing crops and rice, we would also do other handiwork as well. We would sew and make other things. Master would also tell us that as the first generation of disciples, we had to work hard. So we continued and we would just persist and would work from day to night, night to day. When we first started, when the sun rose and the sun would be so hot, it felt like we were going to faint because we would get heat stroke and felt like we would just pass out. So we really needed to continue and push through to maintain the strength. So when we come across difficulties, we must find the strength to continue to push on. It is very difficult, and this determination is what gives us greater strength and resilience. So here we can see this is at the back of the Puming Temple. Everything was borrowed. The land was borrowed. The seeds were borrowed. The fertilizer was borrowed. And can hear from Master Deci here that here later they found land here at the front of the Jingsi abode. And yet you can see that there was a lot of difficulty. And with this loss of crop, we can see closer, if we could see closer in the video, we can see that her eyes were filled with difficulty and sadness. But we can see that as a cultivator, her response was different. She wasn't filled with anger. Take a look at this painting that was painted by Master Deci. Isn't it beautiful? Here we can see the land right in front of the Jingsi abode. You can see what it was like back then. So with so much challenge back then, we can see, despite all this hardship, we can see that the hardship actually resulted and gave fruit to crops that were successful in the end. So this is Brother Amin interviewing her here. So this is in 1969, right in front of the Jingsi abode. At the time, life was very difficult and we were making a living on our own. We also found a few people to help us out as well. But when the weather was too cold, a lot of the seedlings died and the crop didn't grow well. So we had to sow the seeds ourselves and do the irrigation and everything and fertilizing all by ourselves. So you can see here the rice paddies. So we had also an ox to help us with tilling the land, but the ox wouldn't move. This ox was very slow and it was very hard to push him forward. And he was moving so slowly. But the ox really liked to eat a certain type of grass. I think it was sugarcane grass and sugarcane. So to do this, we would use the sugarcane to get the ox to follow us. And other people would see us and they would say, "What are you doing? Why? It looks like you're playing around. Why would you be using sugarcane to pull the ox?" And so many people around would see us doing sowing our land, and they would all think it was very funny because we weren't doing it in a very professional manner. And the ox was just very, very slow. It would just move so slowly, bit by bit. So you can see how Dharma Deci was very compassionate. So we can see because Master Deci was too compassionate and she didn't want to use a whip to the ox. And that is why she would use the sugar cane to inspire the ox. So just like the ox, we must think that we mustn't be the ox. We mustn't be so slow that people need to pull us along. So we can see here, the Dharma masters of the abode had to do so many things. So here you can see them sewing baby shoes. So this is further down the track when they could afford a sewing machine. You can see all the masters of the abode would work so hard to make good quality products as well. So it's not only to do to make these shoes, but to do the best that they could. So here we have another interview with Master Deci. So we had to do everything ourselves. We had to survive and use our own efforts to maintain our own living. So Master would always tell us, because we have become disciples, we have become ordained nuns, we need to be able to put up with hardships. So back then we had to see how we could work hard and try to make life more stable. So the only thing that they had in mind was they mustn't be afraid of hardship. They mustn't be afraid of hard work, so that when they see difficulties, they would be able to push forward and persevere. So I remember back when I came to Tzu Chi, before I came to Tzu Chi, I would like a saying that a bamboo can create beautiful music because it has holes. But that requires carving. So this kind of carving causes a lot of pain for the bamboo. Therefore, it requires carving and shaping before it can become something useful and to become a musical instrument. And here in Tzu Chi, we have the bamboo bank. Again, for the bamboo bank for the bamboo to be created into a bamboo bank, we still need to carve it and shape it and turn it into a bamboo bank. So it still takes effort and perseverance and hardship before it can become something useful. So we must remember that all the hardship that we went through back in the early days of Tzu Chi, it is what helps us to continue and to create the Tzu Chi we have today. So Master Deci is indeed our number one disciple, number one Tzu Chi brother or volunteer. So what else do other Dharma masters of the abode say? Many people would be very this is a different video here between Master and Master Deci. So I would respect and love her so much, but I would also be very scared of her. During the day, we would have so much work to do and physical work. And then in the evenings, we would be so sore and tired. Physically, it was so painful. And we would have difficulty sleeping well. But Master Zhen Yan would wake up late in the evening and she would take a look to see how we were sleeping. Were we sleeping in the proper posture or were we all over the place? So this is how she would teach us. Before the Jingsi abode was built 3 years beforehand, we would be at the Puming Temple at the back. When I went out, I would be going out by myself. It was very lonely and I would have to catch the bus. And Deci would always come to the main road to come and wait for me. And so this is how I came all the way back then. Master Dotsu would always be here to wait for me and welcome me. And now times have changed. All right, this is a video that we have recorded, and you can also go back to see the original film of the original video. So Master Deci had a very strict teacher, and that is Master Zhen Yan. So often we must also think about this strictness and this learning as well. As disciples, do we actually learn from Master Zhen Yan's teachings as well? So there is the etiquette and all these etiquette and the clothing, how we dress. The way we dress is a way that we show respect to ourselves and respect to others. So this is something that is very important. And this is also very important for all of us who are the first generation disciples of Master Zhen Yan. And hence, we need to encourage one another as well to continue to grow together. So let's take a look at this video here. I have a special affinity with Master Zhen Yan. Back when there was very few of us, there was so much work to do, but we had to work together and we had to look after one another and support one another as well. When we come to the Jingsi abode, we would always come across Master Dozi because she is the very first disciple of Master. She is very friendly to everyone, but when she is strict, she is also very strict. The strictest person is Master Zhen Yan, and the next is Master Dozi. When we're doing anything, if Master Dozi says we need to change something, the process, then we would follow. There's always a reason behind it. We would not ask, we would just follow. Master often didn't care too much about the work that we were doing because Master was very busy. So Master Dozi would be the one that would be helping us. So there would be this sense of trust because Master Dozi would know that it was time to rain. It was going to rain soon, and that's why we need to change our work and take in the crop that we were drying. Master Dozi is very strict with us. So at the Jingsi abode, we really are very fortunate because the teachings of Master Zhen Yan is very simple. It is all about how we interact one another. And it is something that is never deviates from the Buddha's teachings. Master Dozi is very sincere and enthusiastic when she is working with everyone else. So the leaves here are very soft and pretty, and they're so Master Dozi here is showing them on how to look after this plant and what kind of plant this is. So this is how we remove the leaves for that particular plant. And here, this is ripe. The seeds here are ripe. So at the Jingsi abode, we would use old wood that people would not want anymore. It could be from buildings that were removed, and people would send these wood back to us so that we could use it as firewood to cook. But we would have to remove the nails and also cut it into small pieces. One day when we were doing this, Master Dotsu would come over and see us, and she said, "You're not doing it in a very good way, and it's not very efficient and also very dangerous for your back." So she would show us how we would do it to remove the nails without causing any damage. So Master Dezi would also say we had to do it in a way so that the wood wouldn't chip and it wouldn't hurt, cause splinters in the people who were picking up the wood to use later. So in the work that we do, this is where we also cultivate as well.
好，因为我们每个月的发放的时候有药师法会，其中有一段就是要读书文。
So every month we would have the Medicine Buddha Sutra recitation. And for about 98%, 99% of the time when we were reciting, Master would notice that it was mainly being recited by Master Dezi, and the rest of us were not doing it properly. So Master Dezi would be assigned to teach us, and she would teach us bit by bit, whether it's the intonation, the speed, and when we use the gong and drum. She would guide us meticulously through each step. Sometimes I would come across Master Dozi and I would say, Master Dozi, I'm so grateful for the work that you had created and the path that you paved back then, because for those of us who joined later would have such a good environment to be able to enjoy. But Master Dozi is also very compassionate, as she would say, that she was very grateful for the new disciples to join as well. You can see all the Dharma masters and Dharma masters of the abode. They would only receive 1,000 NT dollars every month as their petty cash to use. But every month they would save it. And when they would save all of this, they would tell me, Master, we haven't used any of it. They would donate every bit of money that they received and put it back into the bamboo bank to donate and help people in need. So you can see this level of sincerity in our disciples.
I have more power, but before maybe I didn't think how to use that power. Like when I go back to my country, I have to do something.
是不是您的心中在即将要受证之前，也会有那样子的力量？
Is that the same kind of strength and resolution that you have when you become certified as a volunteer? And this strength is what we must put into our daily living and practice. You can see how hard Master Dozi worked, and to also support one another with love and care. So what is it like for Master Zhen Yin's to see how her behavior of her disciple was? So we see here a video of Master Zhen Yin telling Master Dozi, you have worked hard to cultivate yourself and to be a wonderful disciple of mine. You have served as a very good example for others to learn from. The Tzuji we have today is because of you looking after the Jingsi abode. is because of you being a good example for all the Dharma masters of the abode. So you have to rest at peace and feel comforted that throughout this life, there is never enough time for us to do all the work we need to do. So the song says, in life, there is always an end, and there is also always a time when we have to say goodbye. So it doesn't matter whether it's rain or shine or wind.
向人肯定啊，金色师傅的那份在生活中的
So we can see how Master Cheng Yen has really an advocate for the work that Master Dozi has done, and also the work that all our masters of the abode have done. So to be an example, to be the most important example for others, you can see Dharma Master Dozi back earlier this year when she was already very ill. She was in the hospital already. But you can see Master Dozi still working. So you can see in the photo here, this urn was actually slightly damaged, but Master Dozi was still insistent on finishing this pot and making it look as beautiful as possible. So Master Dozi in her later days created a lot of pottery to help make a living for the abode. So Master Dozi here is giving advice on how we need to recite the sutras. After becoming ordained and becoming a disciple of Master Cheng Yen, she has to learn and grow every single moment and minute in life. And this is the life that all masters of the abode should have, to continue to cultivate and to lead others in example. And they would need to rid themselves of their bad habits and to continue to grow in wisdom and to sow more blessings. So after 75 years of age, 85 years of age, Dharma Master Dozi went into a coma. And when she was sent back to the Jingsi abode after a while to rest, she opened up her eyes and listened to the recitation. So this was back when she was already very ill. And then when they turned on the TV for Master Dozi to hear Master Cheng Yen's teachings, she opened up her eyes again and concentrated on listening to all the words that Master Cheng Yen was giving. So you can see the kind of respect that Master Dozi had for Master Cheng Yen despite her illness. You have been with me for over 50 years. Back when I was expounding the Dharma, you were always there, you were always listening. Even 2,000 plus years ago, when the Buddha was teaching, you were there and you vowed to be a disciple of the Buddha. And that is why our affinities together is so close and tight. Please remember one thing. Living beings need you. And I need you. And I hope you hear and that you will continue walking on this Bodhisattva path. Please continue walking this Bodhisattva path. Please remember this. For us, for you to leave first before us, you are there to help us lead the way, to guide us on this path. So Master said, actually, we were both there in front of the Buddha 2000 plus years ago, and we vowed to the Buddha to continue to help all living beings. And that is why we are here today and why we have this affinity. So indeed, I do hope that when we are on our deathbed, we can also continue to hear the sounds of the Jingsi abode and the chanting. So Master tells us that although each one of us is like a tiny ant trying to climb Mount Sumatra, but every single effort, every single strength that we give, no matter how small it is very important to making things happen. The Buddha is very clear-minded and knows where the path should be. And for the rest of us mundane beings, we are often quite muddle-minded and we don't know where we're going. Hence, we need to continue to remember to learn and follow the right path. And that is why Master often reminds us that we need to take an inventory of our lives, to review our lives and reflect on the work that we have done. We have made use of every moment, every waking moment to help people and relieve suffering. And in the moment when we are taking inventory on our lives, it is not only reflecting on the good that we have done, but also the bad deeds that we have done. We must look and reflect and see if there is anything that we have left out, anything that we have not done. We must turn our lives into a life that is filled with wisdom life and that we are continually growing. Indeed, Master De Ci and Master Cheng Yen are examples for us to continue to learn. Thank you everyone for listening. And I am even more grateful to all the Dharma masters of the Jingsi Abode and also Master Cheng Yen. I hope every one of us can continue to walk diligently on this Bodhisattva path in the future. Thank you so much to Sister Railing for teaching us and sharing with us the stories of how the Jingsi Abode began. Thank you again to Sister Railing. We now have a new book that has been published that is about Master De Ci and the work that she had done. So there are many articles in there that is all dedicated to Master De Ci. So now we will hand over the time to our class convener. Thank you very much to Sister Ziyun. So next we have lunch and lunch break. So please remain quiet and solemn. And during your meal, please eat quietly and not chat. If you do not finish your food, please put the food in your recycling, in your bowl and take it home to eat so that it is not put to waste. So when you are done, please return to the Jingsi Hall at 12:45. Also, when we are leaving the Jingsi Hall, remember to put your palms down in a neat manner so that we are all filing out in an orderly way. Now we ask everyone to take out your eating utensils. So group leaders, please stand. Please face the center aisle. Group leaders, you may lead first. So the students in the Jingsi Hall, please stand. Please face the center aisle. Please leave the hall. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back at 12:45.
学员请记得放掌行进，感恩。音控麻烦32号的麦请打开好吗？谢谢。
全体请面向上，请合掌，唱供养歌。供养佛，供养法，供养僧，供养一切众生，愿修一切善，愿断一切恶，誓度一切众生。向上行问讯礼，问讯。请坐，请慢用。
Testing the sound. Can you all hear me okay?
已经入座的学员们，请跟着音乐唱诵无量已经，让自己的心沉淀下来。感恩。
The music that you can hear is from the musical adaptation of the Sutra of Infinite Meanings. And the lyrics is the 32 characters that are Master's favorite part of this sutra. With minds tranquil and clear, vows vast as the universe, they remain unwavering for countless kalpas. Infinite Dharma doors readily appear in front of them. they attain great wisdom and completely understand all Dharma. This describes the state of a bodhisattva. Dear trainees from around the world, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Those who are here in the Jingse Hall in Hualien are the trainees from Hualien and Yilan. Right now, we will get to hear about the family traditions of the Jingse Dharma lineage. The Jingse abode and the monastics there, they engage in spiritual practice in a way that is all about overcoming difficulties. So we will use the format of an intimate meeting where people will be sharing with each other. We would like to invite Dharma Master Yuan, Dharma Master Yu, and two more Dharma Masters to get onto the stage. So everyone, please put your palms together. Please bow to the Dharma Masters, one mudra bow. Everyone, please have a seat. So the Jingse Dharma lineage is being protected and passed on by the Dharma Masters and the pure practitioners of the Jingse abode. Now let us listen to Dharma Master Yuan. Dear Master, dear Jingse Dharma Masters, Yu Shifu, Ren Shifu, and also all volunteers and trainees around the world. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is a worldwide training, so we can really see how the sun never sets on the world of Tzu Chi. So every moment around the world, there are people who are diligently practicing. So we're very grateful. We're very grateful to Master and the Dharma Masters to allow me, Dharma Master Yuan, to learn here together with everyone. So next to me is the Wei, Master Wei Shifu, also Yu Shifu and Zhen Shifu. The four of us will today have a chat to share with all of you a little bit more about the Jingse Dharma, Jingse traditions, family traditions. Some of us have come to Tzu Chi through the door of charity, and some of us through the door of Buddhism. But in the end, we all walked the same distance and worked together. So the four of us, for the four of us, how did you join Tzu Chi? So now first we'll ask Dharma Master Yuan, Dharma Master Wei, how she joined Tzu Chi. Dear Master, dear Dharma Masters and volunteers around the world, as well as all the Bodhisattvas online, everyone, it's nice to meet you. I will share in a relaxed manner. So right now, the question was, what was it that brought me back to the Jingse abode? So the four that are sitting here, we are carrying on this initial aspiration. So in terms of my original inspiration, it was just like all of you. I was also a commissioner, and I was also a pure practitioner, and then went on to become a monastic practitioner. But the very starting point when I joined Tzu Chi was because I experienced the impermanence of life through the 9/21 earthquake. Experience when I realized how impermanent life was. Before then, my goal was to earn money, but then I was changed. At the time, I saw the Tzu Chi volunteers and was very impressed. See, I saw how many people joined in the relief work. So I thought about, is this the way I want to spend my life? Do I want to only focus on making money? Maybe I should also join Tzu Chi. So I decided to really try to understand Tzu Chi in detail. Before 9/21, I was always a donating member, but I never tried to understand deeper. I started donating to Tzu Chi for the hospital, but it was only after I understood the impermanence through 9/21 that I really joined Tzu Chi. Then the second time was when I was a commissioner and I was a hospital volunteer for a long time. One day, even though I was a commissioner for 5 or 6 years, and I had a lot of experience at the hospital, suddenly one person who I knew died in front of me. I was at the emergency room when someone that I knew came in to the ER. And that morning, I saw how the heart machine just showed a flat line. So I realized that suddenly this person, just because something happened, he passed away. If I don't have a tomorrow, then how would I spend today? I would like to go to the abode and practice together with Dharma Master Zheng Yan. Master said, what is the greatest difficulty in life? It's to have regrets. I didn't want to have any regrets. So since I had the opportunity and the conditions to return to the abode to be a spiritual practitioner. Why wouldn't I do that? So I became a pure practitioner. But the life of a pure practitioner was to take care of the missions of Tzu Chi. So the work that I was given was to take care of the Jingsi bookstores. So I followed Master, but as a pure practitioner, I also need to go around Taiwan to make PR for the Jingsi bookstores. So is this really spiritual practice? So I was focusing a lot on spreading the Dharma, because I used to be someone who used to be a business person. So I felt that I was still, every day, that I was still trying to earn money. So I knew that I was doing the right thing. And so I did my best to do a good job. But then suddenly the third example of impermanence happened. So one day I was coming back from mainland China. But my family members were very worried. My family didn't really like the idea of me becoming a monastic. Just being a pure practitioner is good enough, isn't it? So that day when I came down from there was a plane that crashed, I think. And my mother was very worried that I might have been on that plane. So my mom wondered if there was some way for me to avoid flying back and forth. So I said to my mom, one way would be that I become a monastic at the abode. That way I will always stay at the abode. So thanks to this, my mother agreed to me becoming a monastic. So for me, this process was all about impermanence, 3 examples of impermanence that happen. So next we have Dharma Master Yu. She has come back from overseas to be a monastic at the abode. Dear Master, Dharma Masters, and brothers and sisters, Bodhisattvas around the world, good afternoon. I'm from Malaysia. I came here in order to practice together with Dharma Master Zheng Yan. So I got to learn about Tzu Chi because I became a staff at Tzu Chi.
So in Tzu Chi, we know that a lot of things happen, and as a staff person, we get to see a lot of it. We see a lot of imperfections, and in these imperfections, I came to accept Tzu Chi as it was, and to understand the Bodhisattva path that Master had wanted to travel. So I was working in Tzu Chi for about 11 years before I got certified. So see, a lot of you only take 2 or 3 years to be certified. It took me 11 years. And after a year, I decided that I would want to come back to the abode. So what made me make this decision? Well, since a long time ago, I read Master's book on the 8 great realizations. So it was an early edition. The book cover was green, and in there, Master explained something that really moved me, and that is in the 7th realization, there are 4 words that said that to leave the home, become a monastic with a straight heart. So master's explanation of my computer crapped out. Yeah.
So Master often says that we need to make vows that we will become monastics in our next life. So then I suddenly thought, why do I need to wait for the next life? I actually have the condition that I can become a monastic. So coming back from abroad to become a monastic and live permanently in Taiwan is a little bit difficult. But then there was one year when some overseas volunteers came back to become pure practitioners, but at that time I didn't do it. I also didn't know about it. So it was later that I heard how some of my colleagues had come to the abode. So then I realized that, oh, there should be an opportunity for me as well. So I started working very hard to work with my my chapter to see how I could come. So in the end, it took a year later when I went through one of the staff in Taiwan. He said, oh, just take a flight and come over. And then I met with Dharma Master Huai and Dharma Master Rang. We met very briefly, but then when we were about to leave, then they told me one phrase, come back and try it for a little bit. So then I felt that this was a confirmation that I would be able to come back. So that's when I started to try it out. So the Dharma Masters told me that since you are a staff, then you need to finish up your own work first before you can come over. So I spent 3 months to hand over all my work to other people, and then I flew over. And I told my family that I will go to Taiwan to engage in spiritual practice. I didn't tell them that I was about to become a monastic. But they asked me, in order to engage in practice, why do you need to go to Taiwan? I said that it's better to go to Taiwan to engage in practice. And then about 2.5 years later, I very smoothly became a monastic. So of course, my family also had some. When I told them that I was about to shave my head, they asked, oh, why do you want to shave your head? And my family asked why, and I said, oh, to become a monastic. They didn't really have any reaction. But then when they came here, they were very upset and asked, why, in order to engage in spiritual practice, do you absolutely have to become a monastic? So in the 8 in the 8 vows of a bodhisattva, it says that becoming a monastic is an absolute necessity. But for my parents, I just told them that it's a very happy life here at the abode. I get to serve other people, and so it feels, I really like being here. So then they accepted that I come here. So I'm very grateful that it was so smooth for me to become a monastic. Thank you so much, Dharma Master De Yi. Everything was very smooth for her. Of course, this is what it sounds like, but of course there's a lot that we need if you come from abroad. there's a lot that you need to get used to. Now, Ren Shifu, she is actually, her specialty was in music. Mr. Zheng Yan, dear Bodhisattvas, everyone, good afternoon. Today, I would like to share with all of you what affinities it was that brought me to become a monastic. I was actually a music teacher in the past. So my life was very elegant. I got to listen to music, play music. It was very simple, teaching these children or even adults. It was a very happy life with really spreading truth, beauty, and goodness. So my parents were Faith Corps member and commissioner. So I gradually started walking along this path and started making the vow to become a monastic. I'm a very blessed person because I had that environment. My parents were Tzu Chi volunteers, and they often did Tzu Chi's work, including going to chant for the dead or going to the recycling station, etc. So the 6 of us, the children, so they would often bring the 6 children, me and my siblings, to join them in activities if they had time. So my mom, so that she would like to take on more Tzu Chi work. And she said to her mom that, oh, you're even more diligent than us. During the weekend, we can rest, but you get up even earlier to do Tzu Chi's work. So we were happy to follow along sometimes. Then during the Typhoon Morakot in 2009, sorry, in Kaohsiung, and everybody went to the disaster area. So we heard that, oh, you need to come to the Kaohsiung Jingse Hall at a certain time in the morning. I didn't think much. I just went along, just put on my Wellingtons and joined. But I couldn't really imagine just how terrible that disaster area was. The entire area was completely covered by mud. So imagine that very deep mud, that terrible situation. Everybody was trying to think about how they could help that area recover. So that kind of situation was so much worse than we could even have imagined. But then during lunchtime, there's an earthquake right now. That's why Dharma Master is waiting for a little bit. So the lunch came, so they were thinking there's not enough space to sit. So then they found some space where they could all sit on chairs. Then I was sitting there. I was thinking, I think it was in the funeral hall where they had come there in the morning, and then they had lunch. But then the sun was very strong, so there was a very strong smell, like the smell of corpses. So I couldn't take it anymore. So I told my mom, "Mom, why is there such a strong smell? It smells really bad." Mom said, "Because behind this building, there are a lot of corpses, and they're not able to take care of them yet, so they put them there for now." That was right behind. And then there would be water that would seep through. So when the wind blew, the smell would come. So then she realized that this disaster was really extremely severe. So how are you able to eat? Well, my mom said, "You still have to eat. This is just impermanence." So she really felt that this was, we have to meet or face impermanence straight on. So I felt that she was already able to accept that situation after death. But for me, it was very hard to accept. It was also that stench and that situation. And my mom said, "Oh, it's just impermanence." So I don't know how I was able to finish that meal box. But then looking at my mom, I was wondering, why is she doing Tzu Chi's work? So then suddenly I felt, I don't want to get married. I would like to become a monastic practitioner. Because I really feel that I'm very lucky. So I learned that in the Eightfold Noble Path, there is right livelihood. So then I kept thinking that I've been so lucky that I never needed to worry about that. So I felt that I had very good causes and conditions, so I could come back to the abode and become a staff. So as a single female, the abode masters will especially pay attention to you and chat with you. They're really good spiritual friends. Sometimes when you're staying outside, they will call, said, "Oh, would you like to come together with us and do some chores or clean the dining hall?" So I felt that they really wanted to. I became really good friends with them. So then I realized that in that environment, you really feel that you want to improve yourself. So I felt that I would like to, coming back to such a great environment and doing such important work, why not just keep improving and really focus on spiritual practice? So if you are single, then you're always welcome to come back to the abode and try out staying there for a while, and maybe if you have the conditions to become a Qingshoushi, a pure practitioner, or even a monastic practitioner. So thank you so much.
So you can see that all the masters have had different types of affinities in coming back to the abode. And you can see that in the abode, there are about 200 monastics. So have you thought about living together with 200 monastics and working together with them and cultivating with them, what are, if there are difficulties that we would come across that would need to be overcome? And how do we face these challenges? So next, I'd like to invite Master Yu to share with us. So speaking of language, I have shared in the past that we have a common language. Do you speak Taiwanese or Fukienese? Yes. But in the abode, it is quite different. At the abode, after I speak some words, some people may come to me and say, "Oh, I don't understand what you're saying." So because we have people from different cultures and countries at the abode, so even if they speak Chinese, they may have different expressions and different phrases from me. So there, for example, I'm from Malaysia. I can understand the written Chinese. I can also speak Chinese, but the phrases that we use are different from what people use in Taiwan. The Taiwanese people use more sophisticated vocabulary. And sometimes, all of us can speak Chinese, but what I say may not make as much sense to others, even though my ancestry is from the Fujian province. So I basically speak the same language as the Taiwanese dialect, but we do have different expressions. So it's a bit quite interesting that even though I've spoken Fukienese all my life, it is different from what Taiwanese people speak here. But I have become assimilated by the language here in Taiwan, so that I can communicate more smoothly with everyone. And I think that is a more effective way to communicate. For example, one time I was working in the sales of our uniforms, and once older volunteer, she was 80-some years old. So I felt that I wouldn't be able to communicate with her in Mandarin Chinese. So I spoke Taiwanese to her, but I wasn't sure if she could still understand. So I asked her if she understood, and she said, "Oh yes, I understand you." And I was so happy to hear her confirmation. Wow, she could understand what I was speaking. So that was a learning process for me. It sounds very simple, but through this process, this learning process, my communications has improved with my interactions with everyone. So thank you, Master Dou. So while we were having the class about the past history of Tzu Chi, I think you have seen that in our earlier days, we have done many different types of handicrafts, and now the times are different. In the past, we used to burn firewood to cook in our kitchen, but now we use steam pots. So now we have a master who works in our central kitchen, Master Dou. Let's see how she has faced the challenges in this process. Let's hear from her. Talking about my job here, I don't know how to describe it. I am very junior here. I've only been ordained for 4 or 5 years. But one day, one of the masters told me that they needed a contact window for work in the kitchen, and I was, physically pretty big. So she thought that I was fit for the job, for the heavy work in the kitchen. And I thought to myself, oh, can I do that? Am I able to do that? And but for me, I have never rejected anyone who made a request of me in the in Tzu Chi. If I have time, if I think I'm able to do the work, I would agree to it. So no matter when I was a commissioner, as a practitioner, and now as bhikkhuni, I would say yes to anything that needed me. I felt that I keep thinking that life is impermanent. I often think that I may not exist in this world in my next moment. So I want to take hold of all the affinities I come across. If I think that I'd be able to do it, I would say, okay, I would accept the job. But this turned out to be a big challenge because I was the contact window. There's no one who could share the load with me. And in the kitchen here, we have 7 monastics. We cook for hundreds and thousands of people sometimes, but it's only 7 people. But we are very fortunate that we have volunteers in the kitchen now. Otherwise, it would be so tough on the 7 of us. So in the kitchens, what's quite special is that we take turns. So we work with different people on different days. Sometimes we have different people preparing vegetables, some different people cooking them. So we take turns, we rotate through different positions. So even though it's just the 7 of us, there are many different combinations and permutations, and this ends up being many different ways of working together. That differs from day to day. So among these people, so I need to consider, oh, this person and these matters. To me, it's quite challenging. Some people have come to and told me that when I see that you're so young and you're taking charge of the work in the kitchen, I want to ask you, when I work in the community, other volunteers come to ask me to take on this responsibility or that responsibility, and I'm afraid to say yes because I feel like I'm not qualified. But for you, where do you find the courage to shoulder this responsibility? I told them, well, because I don't have a tomorrow. Whether it's I do a good job or I do a bad job, it doesn't truly matter all that much. If I do a bad job, well, it's the person who came to find me for this job. She's partially responsible as well. And if she wants me to discontinue, then I will just discontinue. So what we do is we try our best to finish the work that we have each day. And after making this sharing, that volunteer said, wow, that sounds easy. Yes, indeed, it is easy. If you're willing to take on the responsibilities, then you will grow, you will have your accomplishments, and you will grow fast. In the kitchen, I'm actually not a good cook. And so I think it's dangerous for me to take on jobs in the kitchen. But because of the other monastic masters who come to cook in the kitchen, we come up with new dishes very often. And I think that in harmony, that the food we cook always comes out good as long as we work in harmony. So every time we go through these rotations in the kitchen, we've noticed that if we work well together, then the product will be good. I think this applies to all different departments as well. We just need to put in our best whether the final result is good or not, it takes the effort and the harmony of all the people working together. So, for example, when we cook for 1,000 people, can we ask all of them that whether they think the food is good? Everyone will have a different opinion. And I know that for all of us working in the kitchen, we try our best to serve people. And we hope that people who eat our food will be happy. And after they eat our food, they will want to become vegetarian. That is very important to us. And in the kitchen, I remember like before I became a monastic master, brought us in and said that you are serving other people as you work in the abode. You are serving bodhisattvas, serving these great Tzu Chi volunteers. You have the opportunity to serve these people, and that is a great blessing for you. And I thought to myself, oh wow, I think it's great to work in the kitchen. I have the opportunity to serve so many people every day. So every day, not everything goes perfectly, and but at least we put in our best, and I think that is the most important. And having everyone have a good time in the mealtime, that is most important. Whether the food is perfect or not, or good or not, I think that is up to you to decide. That is not totally up to me, but I give it my best. And here, I also feel that there is a great expectation for everyone who comes into Tzu Chi, that we need to take on responsibility, or take on the responsibility that we can, and even the responsibility that we feel we are not ready for, because it's not until you try that you know for sure whether you can do it or not. So saying no is often just an excuse. In fact, you can probably do it. If I can do it, you can do it as well. Even for me, a person who's inexperienced, who can work in the kitchen for almost 2 years now, as long as you are willing, there will be no big problems. This is a faith in yourself, and also make a vow. This will lead you to your accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Dou. Indeed, we all have unlimited possibilities. If we put our hearts into it, then nothing will be difficult. As Master teaches us, as we put our minds to it, we'll be professionals. So in the past couple of years, because of the pandemic, we see a lot of activities being put on hold. But no matter what, at the abode, we carry on our daily work as usual. And we mentioned that burning firewood before. Master says that this is part of our history. The firewood that we use in the kitchen, this is all part of our history. And last year, because we were able to make use of equipment we can make use of new equipment to reheat our leftover food. So this is what we are starting to do. So let's hear from Master Deran, who took part in this process. So this part of the history. Let's listen to her.
Dear Bodhisattvas, yesterday around this time, I had this opportunity to get this responsibility to do to make broccoli, dried broccoli, or dried cauliflower, because we felt that it was very important that we have our own food at the abode. And at that time, cauliflower was very cheap. Maybe you all remember last year, because of the of the pandemic, there was a lot of domestic produce that couldn't be exported. So it was very difficult for the farmers. So one way to make use of this abundance in produce was to make dried vegetables. So for cauliflower, when it comes in, it's like it's the heads, white heads. So then volunteers were needed to cut it into slices. So then we tried to dry it under the sun, but the sun was not very big, and we also didn't have enough space. So we tried to create a dryer. So we're wondering what could we use in order to dry this? So suddenly I realized that we who came later as monastics, we are really very lucky because we can just cook in the gas-driven pots. But the earlier Dharma masters, they had to use firewood. But then I figured we'll try to make use of all that firewood. But I couldn't imagine just how difficult it would be. So I was wondering how making fire is not, how is that considered difficult? And we often have been going camping. It's very easy. And the Dharma Master said, no, you have to really start from scratch and learn how to do this. So you need to start with very thin slices of wood, then add little by little, a little bit more coarse or thicker wood. And then only once you have a big fire, then you still need to divide between some finer wood and more thicker wood. So I realized that this is really not that easy, because that fire has to be big enough to have enough heat to send over to the drying rack where the cauliflower was. So we tried from 4 a.m. in the morning until 7 p.m. in the evening, more than 12 hours. I spent so much time there because that fire absolutely could not, we could not let the fire die, because then we would have to restart it again. So as I was doing this, I realized that this was very difficult. When I first came into the abode, because I'm a music teacher, there was a lot of things where I didn't really have a feeling for what life was like. So say an apple, I would just eat it. And then coming here, I realized that, oh, you have to cut the apple and then you have to put it in salt water. Otherwise, it will change color. Oh, wow, is that how it works? So thank you so much for teaching me. So then people would feel that, oh, you don't even know the most basic things. So then my superior really brought us along and taught us. So looking back to this process, I really feel that the master tells me the process and I understand, but then once I need to actually do it, I really need to practice until my heart feels very calm. Only when my heart is very calm can I pick the right suitable firewood for the fire to become very stable. So I realized that looking back at this kind of process that I had gone through, I was very grateful. Because in the past, during that process, my superiors always taught me very mindfully. And I would listen very mindfully. But somehow, there would always be, somehow the result would always be different. And then my superior would say, well, I talk to you in Mandarin, but you don't understand. I talk to you in Taiwanese, but you also don't understand. So during that time, a lot of times I felt like just digging a hole for myself. So I feel that people are very, very brave. So people speak Taiwanese and Mandarin here, but I feel that facing these senior monastics, Dharma Master Yu is really very brave, since her Mandarin and her Mandarin and Taiwanese are a little bit different. Well, yeah, we all have different experiences. So this was one part of a history that we went through. So during these times,
since May, Taiwan's pandemic has been flaring up. And in the Huang City Hospital, we invented this herbal tea, and we need people to do the packaging for this. So a lot of monastic masters also took part in this, though. That's asked Master Gary to show us that process in the piece. Okay, I think that when I was helping to go package the tea, it was a lot of fun on the first day. In the kitchen, we would have some time to go participate in masters' conversations with visitors and listen to her teachings to these different people. And on that day, I heard, well, after I departed from the kitchen, I went to participate in masters meetings. So that day, the superintendent and vice superintendent of the Tzu Chi Hospital, as well as the professors and the Chinese medicine department, they were all talking about the Jingsi herbal tea. And that day, they were reporting to the master about the ingredients, the different herbs, and their functions in this tea. So I was upon hearing this, I felt like I had a lot of confidence in this herbal tea because they had done so much analysis on the different ingredients. But I couldn't understand everything because it was very scientific. And I heard that all of these herbs have so many different, they have different functions. They can calm us down. They help prevent cancer. And so me and another master were so happy to hear about this. And And Master then looked at the two of us and said, well, if the two of you have time, you can go help package. So you can go help package this tea. The two of us stood up and bowed to Master, and we ran toward our Xieli factory. So that day, we even though we were also following the Master in her meetings, we also had to do this work. So that day was the first time that we were producing the concentrated version. So that day we were putting stickers onto the packages. And in this process, I think those of us in Hualien have been able to take part. And this herbal tea comes in a tea bag form, and there's powder inside. And this is very fine powder. So as we are grinding the ingredients into powder, the dust comes out. This medicinal dust comes out and falls to the floor. So everywhere we're looking at the walls, our desks, and even all of our clothes was full of this herbal dust. So I needed to wear 2 layers of masks. I had to wear eye protection goggles. And I would not lie in my bed with the clothes because it was just full of dust. And when I was doing laundry, I put my clothes into the water, and the water became Jingsi herbal tea. So with so much dust, we still did our best. What for? Well, for saving as many people as we can with the greatest speed. We hear the different countries needing this Jingsi herbal tea, so no matter, as long as we had the ingredients, the raw ingredients, then we would process them and ship them out as fast as we could. I thought it was a very good experience for us. We start at 8 in the morning and end at 6 p.m. And in this process, we work very harmoniously with each other. And we had so many people participating that the washing machine couldn't take all of our isolation gowns, and we needed to wash them by hand because we needed to use them again the next day. So sometimes we need work past 6 p.m. Past dinner time, but we feel very grateful to be able to take part in this. So indeed, it's just like Master Deyu says, even the cleanup work, I feel like no matter what job we are on, whether we sit in the office or we work in the education mission, there are times when people come to help clean up after us, but in the abode, we're all the same. Those who walk in front or those who clean up in the back, we do all of this. So everyone does this willingly, and we are happy to do this and happy to receive the outcome. Or we are willing to do this and are happy to receive the consequences. So no matter how difficult this work is, we will still continue on. Now, Master says she talks about the education of the important, and that how our food choice is very important. Master says we must all be vegetarian or vegan now. And this is very important, and this is the way to give our complete love. So all of the different masters there both have different reasons and affinities for becoming vegetarian. So let's ask Master Dewey to share with us her story.
So speaking of eating vegetarian, I think many people have heard me share about this, but some of you might not have heard it, so I'll still tell you. So the reason why I started to eat vegetarian was because my mother got sick. She had a stroke. So often you'll have some changes in personality, bad temper, and so on. So I felt very hurt. Why is it like this? And she went to all these different hospitals, but there was no change. So then one day someone said, "Oh, you should try to give your mom a special kind of meals." So I didn't know what that meant. But people said, if someone said that something would work, then I would go. So I told the Dharma master, "Master, I would like to make this special meal, a special thing for my mom." So she said, "Oh, give me 4,000. So I was thinking, oh, as long as my mom gets well, then 4,000 is worth it. So after giving that, I went back. So I said, "Oh, I've helped my mom create merits." Sorry, it was not about a meal. It was a special special ceremony or something like that. So then when I came home, I waited and I saw, is it better? Oh, then for several days, my mom was very well behaved. She didn't explode like she had before. So I was thinking, oh, it had an effect. That's wonderful. So I ran back to that place and said, "Oh, Master, that really had effect. So now I would like to help my father. His health is not very well." So the master said, "Oh, if it was helpful, in that case, I would like to ask you something. Do you eat vegetarian?" And I said, "No, I don't." "So what about your family members? Do you eat vegetarian?" "No. We do business, so it's very difficult for us to eat vegetarian." So then the master said, "I'll take the money and go back." So then I asked, "Why should I take the money back?" I said, "My mom really does very well." But the master said, so the whole point of doing this ceremony was that to take the bad karma that you have and bring it up to the mountain. But then if you continue to eat the meat of sentient beings, then do you think that will have any effect? Do you think you can just continue to give me 4,000 now and then, and that will have an effect? I was thinking, oh no, what should I do? What should I do? The master said, "So start from now." Huh? What do you mean, starting from me? Isn't that very difficult? Well, my company is at in the night market, so you can smell all these very fragrant smells from all this meat. So that will be very difficult. So I said, "Master, can I try?" So she said, "Yeah, so start trying, try from yourself." So then I took the money and went. So she took the money for my dad. So then, do you know how long I was able to be vegetarian? It was very difficult because there was really so many temptations every day. So then I was thinking, maybe I don't need to eat vegetarian. This was over 20 years ago. It was very hard to be vegetarian. In that whole street, there was only one vegetarian restaurant. So every day I would feel afflicted. So one day I felt that it's really not I won't be able to continue eating vegetarian. Then there was one Siddhi sister who invited me. She said this particular day there would be a Dharma assembly, so you can come and help your parents create merits. So then what was that Dharma assembly? It was to of course they would promote vegetarianism. So they would give you this little card where you have to put in, oh, how much are you going to eat vegetarian? And I felt that, oh gosh, I've already been vegetarian for so many months and it's been so difficult. So do I have to continue? But suddenly I felt that there was during Master's sharing that day. So Master taught that if you have true compassion and you want to be a Buddhist practitioner, but then you eat people's bones and meat every day, do you feel that you really have compassion? And suddenly I realized that actually that's true. I want to be a compassionate person and a good person. And I want to do good deeds. But the easiest thing, I still do it. I keep eating people's flesh every day. Can I really feel that I am a true compassionate person? So on that day, that phrase from Master really woke me up. So I also felt that for the sake of my parents, I want to be a true compassionate person. So from that day, all these, what I've before felt was so fragrant, and I really wanted to eat. Suddenly I didn't feel them at all. So it's really true what Master says, that it's all about one single mind, a single thought. If you have a thought of true compassion, then you won't even feel tempted. So one day there was this Dharma brother who had already, it was certified, but he was not a vegetarian yet. So then someone asked them to, so when people asked, oh, those of you who are vegetarian, please raise your hand. Those who are not vegetarian, raise your hand. He said he would always be shaking because he had not yet started eating vegetarian. So then the Dharma Master said that if you start from one meal or 2 meals, then maybe you can say one day you can very bravely stand up and say, Dharma Master, I am vegetarian. So I felt that there are so many causes and conditions here. So when people ask me to share this story, of course I have to do it. Because if one person can become influenced by me, then that person can influence others. So together we can influence even more people to be vegetarians. Thank you so much. So actually this morning, also Dharma Master Huang also asked the question that Dharma Master Dharma Master Wei just said. So being a vegetarian is really like a seed for love. So if we sow it, then we can let it grow, and the root can grow deep and it can grow up to become a big tree. So now I've also heard Master say that listening was such a long time. If you still have not been able to become vegetarian, maybe you can ask, why is it that you don't eat vegetarian? Maybe there's something we can do to help them, to see why they're unable to do it. Because being a vegetarian is really about having all-encompassing love. If we're not able to do it, it can be in order to protect our earth. We can see that time really passes very quickly. So during this very short time, we'd still like to ask our Dharma Masters to give you some encouragement. We'll start with Dharma Master Zhan. Dear Bodhisattvas, I'm very grateful and happy to have this opportunity to meet with you all here. listening to the other Dharma masters and also my own sharing. We're hoping to share with you all my experience, our experience. And I also mentioned that when I first came to the abode, this experience and process of learning from the senior volunteers. So I feel that if I could do it, then everyone can do it. So you can really do even better than me. So during that time when I first came into Tzu Chi, there was so much that I learned. So it was really like coming from heaven into the human realm. There were so many wrong things that I did. But one of the Dharma masters was a little bit more stern. He said, "Are you going to retreat? Why are you turning back?" So let's continue with Dharma Master Yu. We only have 30 seconds. I would like to say that Master Ying Shun, he gave the first page of, so to be focused is number one, and to help others is the most superior. This was words from Master Ying Shun. So if you feel that you want to benefit others, then you can do so much. So you can also do it. Thank you. And then Wei Shifu, Dharma Master Wei. So I'd like to share with you that Master said, life after life, helping sentient beings, lifetime after lifetime, then infinite Dharma doors will be in front of us. So I feel that all bodhisattvas, to be able to help sentient beings is a very blessed thing. So we need to prepare for our next life. When we see the very cute little bodhisattvas that have come back, they're very innocent. So we need to turn from the darkness to the light. So we need to absorb the light from others and then emit light ourselves. So I feel that all the Tzu Chi volunteers are really emitting light. And I wish that I also will be a Tzu Chi volunteer who is spreading light and warmth. So if I am a Dharma master and I do not spread warmth and light, be able to receive this certification from Master, then we absolutely need to cherish it and really try to be bodhisattvas that can spread light and warmth to make this world warm and light. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And we're very grateful. We need to all be determined and continue in a very steadfast way. In this way, we can all be very complete and perfect in our practice. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, to all 4 Dharma Masters. This was very, very amazing sharings. Thank you so much. Please, everyone, stand. Please bow to the Dharma Masters. And stay to send off the 4 Dharma Masters, Master Yuan, Master Wei, Master Yu, and Master Zhen. Please, everyone, have a seat. So this class about the Jingsi Dharma lineage, we can really feel that the Dharma Masters are such an amazing support for Tzu Chi. Just now, there was a very big earthquake here, But having the Dharma masters on the stage, they made us all feel very calm, so nobody stood up and tried to leave. So we all feel that be able to do things willingly. We are very happy to receive the results. So this year, we still need to take care of all sentient beings around the world that are in difficulties. Now we have a break. Thank you. Next is break time. And I would like to give you some reminders. So 2:20, so in 15 minutes, please return to your seats. He's giving some reminders for the people that are on the site. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
第三个阿甲 ROI，yes，对这个，再播一次。
条路洞目自见了个地地修前多嘅话目，花钱四大条路洞自见快，了个次地见。桥路洞乔木似见快。
就定位的同学，请跟着音乐唱诵无量法门，让自己的心沉淀下来。
So for those of us who are back, please sing along and settle our hearts.
好，各位学员哈，我们这堂
Okay, everyone. So for this class, we are going to be talking about Tzu Chi's 10 precepts. Now, how many of you have memorized the whole 10 precepts? Please raise your hand. So yeah, this please do memorize this. Memorize them in order. So why do we memorize this? Because if we don't remember, then how do we put them into practice? You may think that in the past couple of years of training, a lot of masters have talked about the 10 precepts, but because we may not have put them into practice, such as not observing traffic rules and not killing, like not everyone is vegetarian yet. So today we are putting another emphasis again on the 10 precepts because of their importance. So please stand and put your palms together. Let's ask Master De Chen to give us this class. Bow to the master. Please be seated. Ask Master De Chen. For everyone joining us around the world. Hello, everyone. Was everyone startled by the earthquake? Well, you're very calm. We were inside looking at the screen. It was a very violent shaking, and I'm impressed by all of you who've been able to remain calm. So today's today's class is broadcast around the world. People are asking if everyone is okay. And was in the Still Thoughts Hall asking if everyone's okay. But besides not being startled, were we also shaken awake? Because the first class of the afternoon is always hardest. And since it's part of our, since the beginning of our training, I think this is also a day where we complete our training. I know most of everyone has heard about the 10 precepts. You've heard about it since when you were in Jianxi or internship in Tzu Chi. You've heard about the shorter versions of this class also in the beginning of your training, and now we are repeating this. This is I think the big summary. So if we are not able to memorize the 10 precepts, then how can we put them into practice? Master expects that the most important is putting things into practice. If we make a vow to be a disciple of Master, that is to be certified as commissioners or faith course, these 10 precepts are the most basic. Just as we heard a different few masters share, and also the masters in sharing in the morning after becoming monastic, becoming ordained, we are not considered fully ordained until we have received our precepts. So that is very important. And after you've taken refuge and you have taken the 10 precepts, taken them to heart and put them into practice, then this is the biggest expectation from Master and what is of utmost importance. So in this process, we can see that Master has been talking about taking inventory of ourselves, examining ourselves. So this, with the 10 precepts, we also are examining ourselves. Now, why has Master made these 10 precepts, starting with the 5 basic precepts of Buddhism, and with 5 additional ones that are tuned for our times? Master expects that we, after taking care of our own actions, we can shoulder Buddhism's mission, and also Tzu Chi's mission, and also to take good care of our own image, our own actions, and precepts are an important part of this. So with this affinity, we should examine ourselves after coming into Tzu Chi. We do not do any major wrongs, but the small transgressions come from our bad habits. Precepts are the foundation for all of all wisdom to come. It is the root from which all good grows. So this is about having the mind to repent, to awaken our body minds. In the morning, the masters who gave us this class talked about what's happening to our material world. And Master looks at the world map every day, and she's concerned about the imbalance of our world, our climate emergency. But how much do we understand? How much have we awakened to this? How much do we want to benefit others? So what's important is to give rise to all the goodness. How it's about how we can help deliver suffering beings. Now, if you have studied the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, as Master said that in your training process, which Master will give you a copy of the Sutra of Immeasurable Meanings. She hopes that we can carry these with us so we can go deeply into the sutras every day. If we can just recite 1 chapter a day, we'll learn how to be a bodhisattva. In terms of precepts, the chapter talks about observing all the pure precepts from the Buddha, so that even if we lose our lives, we do not break the precepts. And if people were to try to harm us and try to harm us with physically or verbally, and we do not give rise to any hatred or anger, then we can see that Master, no matter what kind of difficulties or misunderstandings that she comes across, she such as when Tzu Chi was sued for libel, Master never speaks negatively. And but with so many people misunderstanding Tzu Chi, some people want to back out of Tzu Chi, but Master only firmed her resolve. So the Buddha gave us 3 Dharma medicines, precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. Now, a lot of you sitting here come from a medical background, and I think it is easier for you to understand if you think of this as a preventive medicine. It's preventing us from wrongdoing, from doing wrongdoing. So in terms of medicine, preventive medicine is the root, it's the fundamental solution. So then a samadhi or concentration is like a therapy, is the medical treatment. And finally, wisdom is to be able to turn our minds when we come across challenges. And this is just like maintaining our health. So in this process, in our process of cultivation, if we are able to observe precepts, then we will not come across too many challenges. It's really the fundamental to spiritual cultivation. And this is also leading people onto a path of safety with a firm resolve. And the observing of precepts is going to help us prevent the arisal of additional afflictions. For people who are unable to quit alcohol or cigarettes, they come into Tzu Chi's volunteer training. I remember one year there was a Tzu Cheng Mei Faith Corps member who was about to become certified. He used to have these bad habits, and the day before his certification, his old friends invited him that, oh, you are going to be in Tzu Chi already, so let's go celebrate and let's go have a drink. So the next morning, when he was being certified, Master could still smell the alcohol. So even after being training for 2 years, he made a break in his own path of cultivation, and that was really regrettable. So here I want to share with you a clip about Master Zhi, who's sharing about the importance of precepts to the emperor of his country. So while looking at this, I was quite moved. You can look at the subtitles and let's see what it's talking about. So Master Zhi is talking about the cultivators. If they do well, they will grow spiritually. And if they are not able to observe precepts, then they cannot even hold a proper life. So the emperor is asking in precept, samadhi, and wisdom, observing precepts is only the fundamentals. Now, if one is unable to do well observing precepts, can they also do well in samadhi and wisdom? The master says, oh, that's a very good question. Observing precepts reflects a person's determination to be delivered from suffering, and also his confidence in Buddhism, in Buddha Dharma. If one does not observe the precepts well, then it is this heart, this mind is incomplete, is lacking. So let me ask the king in return. So the Master Zhi has been telling the emperor that observing the precepts is the foundation. It's like the root of a tree, and those who observe precepts well will see great flowers and fruits. It reflects a person's determination to be delivered from suffering, and her confidence in Buddha Dharma. Now, the 6 parameters of the Bodhisattva path, observing precepts is a big part of it as well. It's the second of the 6 parameters. The 6 parameters, the 6 are the 6 methods of going from mundane being to Bodhisattva. It includes giving and observing precepts. Precepts are not something to bind us by. If we just know these training principles, so in Tzu Chi we have these principles as a group. Like Master expects us in the middle of a pandemic, we should observe rules that keep us safe. We need to keep our social distance. We cannot have big gatherings. And Master says that even though while we cannot have our activities, we need to observe the government's recommendations and rules during the pandemic. And the air, the aura that we carry with each of each one of us, it does not come from our wealth, but rather it comes from the way that we conduct ourselves, the extent to which we observe the precepts. Sometimes if people see Tzu Chi people not observing the precepts or not behaving as a Tzu Chi person well, not living up to the expectations that other people have of Tzu Chi, then this becomes a bad image for Tzu Chi in the minds of these people. And of course, this prevents them from entering Tzu Chi and gaining all the benefits. So observing the precepts is really about helping us grow our wisdom lives. Here we see in Mozambique a very good role model for us. So this piece of land was donated to Tzu Chi. There is a very simple roof put over this piece of clearing. They do not have great buildings like we do here in Taiwan. They have just a simple roof, but they tell themselves that underneath this area, we are in the presence of the Buddha. Here we are respectful, and here we listen to Master's Dharma. And even though we can see that this space is really no different, it's still the same red dirt, but they take off their footwear, they line their sandals up very neatly. They do this with utmost respect. They tell themselves that in this space, they do not talk about the longs and shorts of other people. No, they do not argue with each other. These meetings that have the potential for conflict are not done under this space, so they do it under the mango trees or out in the open space. So this Buddha hall is where they keep things very simple and pure. Now, precepts are the foundation of being a person. It's only with the observation of precepts that parents are able to be good examples for their children. Like today, you are attending this class for the whole day, and your children will see you. This morning, I saw a small child, and this time, the child's parents are in training, so the kids do not have anyone else who can look after them. So they travel along with the parents to the training, and the kids behave very well in the training session. So when the parents are good role models, then the kids will also turn out very well. This is a child who does not watch TV all day and get mad at the parents and say bad things about the parents. So this is not what we see when the parents observe the precepts well. Now, these kids often also come home and share their thoughts with their parents. Now, if we are a good example ourselves, the kids will learn from that. And if teachers have precepts in their hearts, then they can give the children a good education. If business people have precepts in them, they will not do things that benefit themselves but hurt others. If a politician has precepts in his heart, then he can make decisions that are selfless and that benefit the welfare of the people. Now, so we see a lot of political strife comes from the ambition of politicians. That's what we see if the person does not have precepts. Now, if everyone has precepts in them, then the whole society will be good. Now, it's easy to practice Tzu Chi's Dharma. There are just 4 sentences to not do any good, to do all good, to purify our own hearts. And this is the teaching of the Buddhas. So not doing bad means to observe the 10 precepts. Doing good means putting our great love into practice. Is it difficult? You could say it's difficult in a way because it's difficult to turn our habits around. But at the same time, it's not so difficult because it's completely up to us. We have complete control over this. And it's up to us whether we want to work on our habits. As we get rid of our bad habits, we will truly qualify as good people. So after we transform our own bad habits, then we are more able to help others. Some people ask Master that, oh, Tzu Chi is so big now, you've done work in so many countries. But in places where there's no affinity, can we start? Well, Master says, well, the way we manage is with love, and our system of management is the 10 precepts. The origin of the 10 precepts come from in 1990, Master made 8 precepts for Tzu Cheng Faith Corps members. So these are 8 precepts in Chinese. This sounds like the fictional character. And Master expects that Faith Corps members can observe these 8 precepts when they are in this group. And one time when Master was traveling around the island, she asked the Faith Corps members what they would be doing if they weren't in Tzu Chi. So some brothers mentioned that they used to have bad habits, like smoking, chewing betel nuts. Some had, drugs. Some gambled, speculated in the stock market, even beat their wives. But because of Tzu Chi, they have changed. The 5 basic precepts are from Buddhism, the same 5 precepts for lay Buddhists. And because the times are different today from Buddha's time, 2,500 years ago, so Master added these 5 precepts that are suitable for our times. When the Buddha was making these precepts, it was in response to people who were doing things that were inappropriate. The same way goes for Tzu Chi now, because back in the 1980s, Taiwan was seeing an economic boom. The society was transforming, and there were some things that weren't so good and were in need of repairs. These cultural values in the society. So the 10 precepts are basic to all Tzu Chi people. So since the this morning we've recited the 10 precepts. It's important to memorize them. So if we do something, if we make a mistake and other people ask us, hey, I thought your master had made 10 precepts for you guys. What are they? Are we able to answer that question? Well, the first 5 precepts in Buddhism map to the 5 virtues in Confucianism as well. They map to benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and fidelity. And then the second 5 precepts, they are not using narcotics, that is for our own health, both mentally and physically. And so let's go into these precepts in detail. The first one is no killing. This is about cultivating our compassion. This is not eating meat and observing a vegan diet. In Buddhism, putting an end to a life, that is called killing. And Master extends this to protecting life, not just refraining from killing, but to protect life. A deeper is also includes suicide is also considered killing, and also for being lost, the loss, murdering someone is also a great crime. Master teaches us to have gratitude and respect for life and to give everyone love. Now, in the past 50 years of the Zi, been talking about using compassion to not hurt other lives, and a lot of people could grasp it. And Master that we need to respect life, to respect our life, and applies to everything, to kill them and to plant. We need to grow. In Africa, it's a country that is poor, and it's a Christian country, but this priest, this father, also certified as faithful, and they even had a precept number 11 that no eating. So in the book, we see that their material lives are very basic. So they eat bugs, they eat beetle bugs. They would pick the bugs from the trees, put them into a bucket. They would sell these. People cook them. They also catch ants. These are very big ants or termites that are very rich in protein. So people also sell this in the markets. And so our brother there was very sad to see this. So they started a Great Love Farm. So in our farm, we produce vegetables and fruits. And this is much better and more profitable than catching these bugs and taking them out for sale. So this has transformed the way of their livelihoods. So from non-killing to protecting lives to loving the earth, we should know that the universe took 4.6 billion years to create this earth that we have today. And as the species that presides over this planet, are we doing a good job or are we ruining the planet? In 2011, the world population reached 7 billion people. And just this year, a couple of days ago, I see that there are now 7.92 billion people in the world now. So this loading that we're putting on the earth is leading to our global warming. And if we go past 1.5 degrees Celsius, then we will see a great change in the ecology. We're also seeing floods, inclement weather. In the past couple of days, we're seeing that we see the climate change is this is a challenge that's never been faced by mankind before. We're talking about wildfires, torrential rains, hurricanes, droughts. These things are affecting our future, impacting our future. So how do we work with the rest of the world to mitigate these impending disasters? Just recently, India saw another big flood as we're working with the Caritas. We are trying to aid the disaster victims. They are poor to begin with. Now they're dealing with these natural disasters. In the US, they're dealing with wildfires. And very often these fires go on for a month or 2 months. We also see entire towns going up in flames. Now we are all trying to get to zero carbon emissions by 2050. And will this help to limit the temperature rise that we are expecting to see? We're expecting to see 2 degrees Celsius. You can see in this photo that from these storms, even great ships like this are lifted onto the shore. A couple of days ago, I saw this number. This is older data saying the world population at 7.8 billion. And of that, 811 million people are starving. Now, are we really waking up from this lesson that COVID is teaching us? Master says that this is something that cannot be stopped by mankind. This virus is covering the whole world. Like Melbourne, Australia, that used to be like heaven on earth, but now they're in lockdown, and the most stringent lockdown in the whole world, and people cannot stand it anymore. They are doing, people are rioting, and this is creating disharmony among people. So this little virus that we cannot see or touch, but it has affected us so much. There are 7.9 billion people in the world, and over 200 million have contracted COVID-19. This comes back to our greed. It's because of our greed and our desire to have something good for ourselves that has created this pollution for the earth and affecting so much. Every time we see this map, we see this illustration. Just for the taste of the food we put in our mouth, how many lives are we killing? 2,556 lives per second. And this is statistics from 2019. And this does not even include marine life, because the way this number is calculated is very precise. So we don't have a number yet for 2020 or 2021. Our master teaches us to examine ourselves. Now, do we think that when we are little, we may have eaten little fish? At least in Taiwan, kids are often fed these little fishlings. Master reminds us that our love should be complete. That means not just loving people, but also animals and our planet. So in the past, Master has said that we should try to be vegetarian as much as possible, and we fast all Tzu Chi volunteers to be vegetarian before they are certified. But Master was not very direct or demanding in this. But now our expectation is we must be vegetarian, must be, or even better, vegan. That we must promote this to other people. The only way for humanity to save itself is by being vegetarian or vegan. So do not owe this debt of life. There are a lot of kids who want to be vegetarian in Malaysia. They do not want to harm animals. And they ask their parents to cook vegetarian food. And even in talking with their classmates, they say, hey, please just try to do this for a day. So they start bit by bit. So it requires someone to take the lead, to influence others in terms of Buddhism. Whatever we eat of others' flesh, we need to return it in kind. So when these kids share with Master, they say that they do not want to owe a debt of life. They want to just have a meal of gratitude. So this is what Master teaches as well in her conference calls. She says that please take note of my words well. I want to help all myriad beings. I want to save all beings. So I make this card of Bad Master's teachings every day and send it out to the world. And let's see how this kid recites it. So the kid is reciting Master's words as compiled by Master De Chen to promote vegetarianism to all people, to save all living beings. We want to help people who do not have food. Want to help people in Haiti who are starving. We want to give our bamboo banks to Master to help others. That is the best guarantee for our future lives. When we take a vegetarian diet, that is the best guarantee for a good future life. So that day when I was writing this verse, I was thinking that it's easier to get people to do good than to get people to be vegetarian. Even though we keep talking about this, there are not many people, not everyone has taken the message. A lot of people who do take the message turn out to be young kids. I think these are little bodhisattvas who returned on their vow. So the second precept is no stealing, and that is to cultivate our heart of benevolence and righteousness. Growing up, we of course, we all know this, we are taught this. And not stealing also includes respecting other people's intellectual property. It also includes being on time and keeping our promises. Because when we are late to an engagement, like there are so many thousands of people online now, if we do not keep to schedule, if are delayed, then we do not just owe that 1 second at the moment. This may accumulate and into a greater number with interest into a big number in our future lives. We need to be very careful with this precept because it applies to very small things. And so Brother Chen Yo or Chris, he He's now in the PhD program at UCLA. We look forward to his graduation so he can come back and take on responsibilities here. Now, when he was in school, he came across a small bit of eraser that he found on the floor when he was cleaning. So he took this to the teacher. The little eraser had a J written on it. So can I ask classmates who's owner of this eraser whether I could take this eraser? So he found the classmate and she said that, oh, I don't need this eraser anymore. So you can take it. So our brother Chris, he then made good use of this eraser. So even though the eraser is very small, he did not take it as his. He went to ask for permission first. So not stealing also includes not using master's photo as your wallpaper, because that is not very respectful. No, stealing also includes not doing business that that pollutes people's minds, and not earning money that one is not supposed to earn, and also to use money for the benefit of the masses. And we also do not be late to your activities and engagements. And also do not take videos of the master as she speaks. Because these are unprocessed videos and they are not appropriate for distribution. Okay, now the third precept is no sexual misconduct. That is about taking good care of our own character, to not have a relationship beyond our husband and wife relationship. We've talked about in Dharma's Water. It says the bad karma of sexual misconduct will cause a great misfortune in the future, and we should respect our bodies, be a good wife, be a good husband. And so we are, Master are looking for everyone to abide by this well. Number 4, no lying. We do not say things that we do not mean. We do not say things that are not true. And since the beginning of last year, we have been wearing masks around the world. Now, the pandemic has affected the entire world, and as we are covered by our masks, we can use it as a reminder to not say inappropriate things or lying. This is about thinking before we speak. So do not speak in a mean manner. Do not say different things to different people. Do not use flowery language. No, indeed, what we say can really hurt people. And we can hurt people so deeply that they remember this for their entire lives. So language is something that's very important. And in a group, after we've taken refuge under the Master, we've taken our vows. And in this process, we are looking forward to people making real vows, not empty vows. If we make a vow but not put it into practice, then it's a hollow, it's an empty vow. So this we need to combine our vow with our action so that we can travel this bodhisattva path for the long term. Now we get a lot of different messages over the internet. A lot of this is hearsay, and we are affected. So when we come across a situation like this, we need to calm down to check whether it's real and not be affected by ill-intentioned people spreading bad information. As a few years ago, Tzu Chi was sued for the story of the pool of blood. So because we believe in a master, so we do not need to be affected by the misinformation that was spreading around outside. Now we have internet technology, it reaches everywhere. We need to be especially careful with the use of this technology, such as forwarding messages that we have not checked. All of these can hurt other people and hurt the collective whole. So in Taiwan, the government made a law that for people who spread messages that are untrue, they would be fined. We need to be vigilant, not just because of the government's rule, but also for the good, for the greater good of the society. No, number 5, no drinking alcohol. For those who are drunk, what is their next life like? Well, we do not know. They do not know. So we should protect ourselves by not drinking alcohol. We see a graduate from Tzu Chi Medical School who worked in Taipei, but he was killed by a drunk driver on his way home. So for his parents, how great the loss was, and also a great loss to society as well. A great young doctor was killed by a drunk driver. Here we want to remind everyone again, and also faith core members whose son was drunk and signed something, and this was actually a debit note. So this affected his whole family. So refuse to drink and drive, and also do not use narcotics. This is number 6. No smoking or using narcotics. We know that chewing betel nuts, this used to be a bigger problem in Taiwan, but all of these narcotics harm us, and we need to have the moral courage to ask people to change their ways. In Tzu Chi, we also have a lot of people who used to serve time in correction centers. For this, like this brother, he said that he used to steal everything and to lie to people. And even when his father was passing away, he could not see his father because he was still behind bars. So now he has turned around, and he now goes back into correction centers to share his story. Now, number 7 is no gambling or speculation. This is about cultivating our benevolence and righteousness. Tzu Chi people should have a pure relationship with the Dharma family, and we should not have monetary transactions with each other. Of course, we can help each other, but sometimes if it's for investment, and now we are all good Dharma family, but if the relationship turns sour, then sometimes these matters are brought to the master. So, so please do not do this. This is creates a lot of trouble for Tzu Chi and for master. So do not speculate. Do not take chances like this. We need to have proper job, proper work as the source of our income. And also do not use Tzu Chi resources to benefit ourselves. Such as people doing co-ops in, I guess, the lending clubs. These are all inappropriate for Tzu Chi. So in Indonesia, we have Brother Ada, and this is a story that I think is useful for the rest of us. I know him quite well, and I know that sometimes he gambles away $100,000 US or even $1 million US in one night, and his wife is very worried, frustrated about this. But because of another Tzu Chi volunteer's introduction, he came into Tzu Chi. And a lot of stories from him. He knows that Master hopes that people do not gamble because this will put their families in danger. Well, Master gave him these prayer beads, and he thinks that, oh, Master's prayer beads should help me have better luck. So when he went to the casino, he would have better chance. But in fact, he ended up losing even more in the casino. And this is a lesson for himself. He feels that he works very hard to earn his money, so he's entitled to enjoy life. So instead, in addition to gambling, he also likes to eat prawns, and sometimes 2 or 3 kilograms in a day. Now, this is the tumor that he has in his brain. It has the shape of a prawn, of a shrimp. So he was, this really scared him. So he came to Tzu Chi Huadian Hospital for treatment. So the hospital gave him treatment, and we don't know why, but you can see from this appearance that in a few months, this tumor had disappeared. So he came to realize that, well, indeed, changing his lifestyle can have very big effects. So this experience changed him to a vegetarian diet. Tzu Chi is a pure cultivating organization, so do not we avoid monetary transactions in here. So precept number 8 is to practice filial piety and develop pleasant manners and speech around our parents. In Guangzhou, China, there's a business that introduced a filial piety tax. This is transferring 10% of the salary directly to the parents. This is because the company wants to elevate the filial piety of the staff. So being filial to one's parents is considered a small good. Once we do this, we are able to benefit the entire world, and that is considered even greater filial piety. For senior people in our society, we need to be grateful because of their contributions in the past, the hard work in the past that laid the foundation for the society today, and that is the foundation for the prosperity that we see. Becoming a monastic person is also a way of repaying the debt of gratitude of our parents. when I first came back to the abode, my parents were doubtful, but over time they learned that this is a right path, and I would come back to our family, to our home less and less. And finally, I told them, if you want to know what's going on with me, then you can just take a look at Dai television. And through this, through participation in Tzu Chi, I was able to broaden my own life. And my parents also came to understand that this is a great path. When Taiwan was struck by the great earthquake in 1999, they also asked my parents asked my brother to donate the savings to Tzu Chi so it could be used to help others. So this is in Master. In the abode, Master also opened up this path of the pure practitioners for the pure practitioners who do not shave their heads and are able to do the more worldly work, but they are part of the Dharma lineage, wherever it is inappropriate for monastics to go, they would have this flexibility to represent the abode in going to these different countries. Master also hopes that all of us can look after our parents and not send them into seniors' homes. A place of cultivation is presented by the people in there. And so number 9 is abide by traffic laws. This has to do with traffic safety. Being safe is the only way to return home. And the 10 precepts are like the traffic lights. If we observe the precepts, it's like observing the traffic lights, we will have a smooth trip. This is a story. In the country roads, probably, possibly in Thailand, there was a group of elephants walking, and a motorcycle rider was thinking about, oh, these elephants are so slow, I want to pass them. So he wanted to pass the elephants, but the elephants probably sensed that this person was breaking the traffic rule, so they stopped him. And anyway, so this is the importance of observing traffic rules. We also have traffic rules on the internet. That is to not listen or watch anything that is inappropriate, do not say anything that is inappropriate. A few days ago, we were communicating over Line app and seeing that, hey, these are inappropriate messages. And even some groups where our volunteers or criticize political figures, we would remind them that Tzu Chi is a place of pure cultivation. So those comments were inappropriate. So number 10 is no participating in politics or demonstrations. Politics is a stage of a few people, but it affects all life in the world. Like in Haiti, after the president's assassination, the society went into disarray. The country is about 200 years old, but their country has been in turmoil. There was, when we tried to go help, there was a section of road that was controlled by the mafia, by the mob, so that made our work very difficult. If political figures are able to observe precepts, then they would think about the welfare of the people and not think about wars or other things that are detrimental to the lives of everyone. So Tzu Chi's attitude is we care about politics, but we do not recommend or participate in elections. So being able to observe precepts is our blessing. And if we don't abide by them, then that is us creating bad karma. In worldly law, we are punished for bad things that we do, but more so than that, we also carry the negative karma, that the parts that are left over with us, like the story of Master Wu-Da in the water repentance. He was tracked down by his someone he wronged from 10 lives ago, who waited for 10 lifetimes that he saw the opportunity to come take a toll from Master Wu-Da. So Tzu Chi's 10 precepts is the rules from Master to all disciples around the world. And these are also things that we should observe life after life. It is not something that we can discount on. Doing something bad is taking out a loan from the heavens. And enjoyment is withdrawing from our bank account in the heavens. And doing good is adding to our deposit. So it's like some people are tempted to change out their electronic equipment, but this really is using up their blessings. And as we indulge ourselves in enjoyment, that is making a withdrawal. And because this damages our world, damages our environment, causes climate change. So we all have some responsibility in this. So it's only by doing good that we're able to make deposits into account. So which one do you choose? Observing the 10 precepts and practicing the 10 goodness, these are the ways to protect ourselves. It stops evil, benefits ourselves, and benefits others. That is a true bodhisattva in the human realm. The Master is very grateful for her disciples, even the little, very young bodhisattvas. I think Master is a great role model for us. This little bodhisattvas come back to the abode. They act as Master's walking cane. They help Master walk, and after Master reaches her seat, she would always bow. She even bows to these little kids to thank them. So that remind ourselves to be real bodhisattvas of the human realm. One day, Master was sharing with global volunteers. She was saying that she makes the vow to use her life, to use her body, to contribute to Tzu Chi's work until her last breath. The Master, has ill health, but she's still working so hard. A few days ago, Master gave me a job. She said that you can tell the other party that I'm still dragging my body and hoping I'm still taking this responsibility for everyone. Now we're still in the middle of a pandemic. If it weren't for Masters putting us at ease, I think we would all be in a panic. So she's holding up the skies for us. We want to be someone who can shoulder the responsibilities of the world. As we are here in this world, we should take our appropriate responsibilities and to shoulder the skies, to prop up the skies, do things that are beneficial for everyone. When I was making this card, I felt very heavy, but I also have so much respect for Master. Master says that she is willing to peel her skin off and use it as paper, use her bone as the pen, use her blood as the ink, and to use her life to protect the wisdom lives of others. She just hopes that people will be firm on their bodhisattva path, to thank and cherish each other, to thank their wisdom lives. In Jordan, Brother Qiuhua has been doing Tzu Chi for over 20 years, and as refugees arrived in Jordan, he did not have enough people to do it, and he was tired, and he said that he could not do it anymore. I need to stop Tzu Chi's charity work there. And that night, he dreamed about Master, where Master said that I'm willing to use my blood to feed, to offer to the refugees. You cannot stop. So he gathered up his courage, and he has been a support for Syrian refugees in Jordan. And we see when he came back to Taiwan to fundraise for Syrian refugees, he was on stage. He would very respectfully tell everyone and prostrate to everyone to and everyone showed their support of him, of his work. The Master hopes that all of us can be firm on the Bodhisattva path, and that everyone can come together in Tzu Chi's work. So Master's greatest wish is to, in addition to attending the classes this morning, Master's biggest expectation is for us to be vegetarians, to be vegans, and to study the Dharma, and to bring the Dharma into the human world. So each of us is given a great mission. And this is everyone, you, I, and others. We all have a responsibility, and we have the affinity to follow Master here together. And Masters under Master's leadership, Tzu Chi has founded the Tzu Chi School of Buddhism. We have this Tzu Chi School of Buddhism to tell others about. Master looks at the world map every day. What does she ask? She expects, she hopes that we can relieve all the suffering in the world. And yesterday, we were listening to a update from our projects in India. They're in dire need of help after the flood. Master cannot bear to see so many people suffering. And in Ethiopia, there are millions of people living on the brink of starvation. Of the 8.1 billion people in the world, there are over 10 countries that are in dire need of relief from starvation. Listening to the Dharma, not only do we put into practice, we also need to expound it to other people so more people will come to understand. So like today, even beyond your own growth, please expound it, please pass it on to more people. Doctors can affect patients, nurses in their caring for the patients can also pass this along. And in all different professions, you can use your opportunities to spread the Dharma, to help more people understand and manifest the true Dharma of Tzu Chi. Master is not leading us into studying in the mountains. Like today's classes, we hear the 4 masters in the panel discussion. They take on great responsibilities in the abode. In the kitchen, they cook for up to a couple of thousand people. And they, whether there are guests or not, they are taking the work in the kitchen. They may, at the end of the day, they may feel sore, but they know that Master expects the abode to be the spiritual home for all Tzu Chi people and also be the support for all Tzu Chi people in the world. Master expects us to be that we can take on big responsibilities for the abode, for the world. So Tzu Chi school of Buddhism can reach the entire world. And the masters, the abode, and the pure practitioners are very important members in this. Master, with her compassion and wisdom, established the Tzu Chi Dharma lineage and Tzu Chi school of Buddhism, and gave us the 10 precepts to follow to protect us. And if we observe the precepts, we will have happy lives. We will do well at work. We will be happy at work because we have this positive energy in us. So everything will come back to ourselves. So today I'm very grateful to have this affinity to share the 10 precepts with everyone. They are not meant to bind us. They're not rules, but they will expand our hearts after it becomes pure, and we can walk the Bodhisattva path and follow Master closely in this lifetime. And we can accumulate blessings for our next life, and also through the good affinities that we form in this life, it also brings us a joy, and it's a great cultivation for us for both our blessings and our wisdom. So thank you for this opportunity. I wish you the best on your path of cultivation. Thank you, Master. Now everyone, please rise and put your palms together. Let's bow to the Master. See Master Dechen off. Please be seated. So the 10 precepts are truly a blessing for us. In this lifetime, we will be able to stay away from wrongdoing. Next, I pass the microphone to our class convener. Thank you, Sister Tzu Jun. I have a few announcements. Next class starts at 3:50, which is just under 20 minutes from now. So please be seated by 3:45. After our break time, please, so these are instructions for the students participating on site. people are just getting ready to exit the hall. So this was the end of interpreting for this session. We will be back again in 15 minutes.
请面向中央走道。请出班。
都还在背，那个声音他已经慢慢换过来了，应该可以了。
So we have another class left for today, and this is from Dharma Master De Di, who was actually a Tzu Ching youth from when she was younger. So from her life experiences, she is sharing with us how she learned. And in terms of learning the Dharma, it is also about how to practice it in real life. So let us please stand. Please put your palms together. Let us invite Master De Di. Please bow to Master. Bow. Everyone, please be seated. Let us invite Master De Di to give us her lesson. Dear Master and Master De Chen, Yuan Sifu, Master Yuan, and all our volunteers joining us online and also at the Jingsi Hall today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Since it's an global online session, we have to say hello to everyone. Actually, I have to say I'm so grateful for this opportunity and this affinity to be here with every one of you and to learn diligently together. I'm actually very touched today to see all of you here, all of you new volunteers. I remember last week it was our Northern Taiwan volunteers who came back to the Jingsi abode for the Returning of the Roots visit. And we would see different groups of volunteers coming back, and we would ask them, where did you come back from? They would say, we are actually from Beitou area, or they would say they're from Taoyuan area, and then there would even be some who said, we are from Hualien. So you can feel everyone coming home to their spiritual home. It is such a very touching moment. As we can see that the Dharma wheel is turning and that there are more people joining us and becoming certified volunteers. And we are very grateful for this kind of opportunity to be able to be here today to share with all of you. And as introduced earlier, I was actually a Tzu Ching, Tzu Chi Youth Collegiate. So I have always been very touched by the spirit of Tzu Chi. I was just saying to another Dharma master that I feel so fortunate and blessed to be here with Master and to learn from Master. Because life is a rare opportunity, and it is even more rare to have the opportunity to learn from Dharma Master Zhen Yan. And now I am able to calm my mind and to live here at the Jingsi abode to continually learn. And hence, I have to say, it is really deep from within that I feel this Dharma joy to be here. So today, it is a spiritual cultivation day for our trainee volunteers. So what is the spirit of Tzu Chi? We often speak about the Jingsi Dharma path and the Tzu Chi school of Buddhism. So the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings is the main teaching that is that the Tzu Chi Jingsi Dharma lineage is based on. So in terms of the Lotus Sutra, which the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings is the prelude to, it is very important. Master has said that a Lotus Sutra is very important, especially the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. This is because life is too short and there is not enough time for us to comprehensively study the entire Lotus Sutra. So everyone knows that the Lotus Sutra is very big and there's so much content in there. So life is so short that we don't have enough time to completely understand it thoroughly. Hence, Master Cheng Yen says, to get the essence of the Lotus Sutra, we can study the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. And within the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, there are 3 chapters. And these 3 chapters are all very much related to what we are doing now in Tzu Chi. We are perfectly in sync and there's no deviation. Tzu Chi School of Buddhism, 4 missions, 8 footprints are what the world needs the most at the moment. And so this is very touching for me to see that we are living and putting into practice the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. And we also want to think, when did the Buddha expound the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings? So looking back at when the Buddha first began expounding the Sutra, we must be very grateful back in the Sui Cao era in China, the Tian Tai sect founded by Dharma Master Zhize. He organized the Buddha's teachings of the Lotus Sutra, the Buddha's teachings, and classified them into 5 periods. So there are 5 periods of teachings throughout the Buddha's life. So what are the 5 periods of teaching? It is the Avatamsgata period, which is 21 days after enlightenment, Agama period, 12 years, Vyapulya period, 8 years, Prajna period, 22 years, and then the Lotus and Nirvana period, which is 8 years before Nirvana. So the opening sutra of the Lotus Sutra is the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So it is the turning point whereby after teaching through expedient means, simple means for 40 years, the Buddha began teaching the true Dharma. So this is a vital turning point. The true Dharma teaches us to be bodhisattvas, how we should cultivate ourselves, how to understand the law of cause and effect, and how to liberate ourselves, and to further guide others to walk the bodhisattva path and attain Buddhahood. So we're very grateful that what we mentioned earlier just then was all teachings from the Buddha's time. And then for those of us who can only read Chinese, it is very difficult for us to understand the sutras back from in India. So we're very grateful for the era when Buddhism was passed on to China, and when the sutras were translated into Chinese. So it is because there was somebody who was able to understand the Pali and Sanskrit information and sutras, and then turn it into the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings in Chinese. So this required translation. So for us, we also would like to know, how did Master Cheng Yen come to know the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings? So this is looking back into history and understanding what happened. So it was back in 1961. At the time, Master Cheng Yen was 24 years old. This is before Master became ordained. Master Cheng Yen came back then, was named Jing Si, and she came across a Buddhist society in Taidong that was led by Master Shou Dao. So she came across a sugar factory owner, a department manager, Manager Wang. And this manager Wang and his wife were dedicated Buddhists. So the wife of this manager of the sugar factory would bring everyone to go listen to Dharma Master Shou Dao. So it was then in 1962 when Master Zhen Yan was invited to their home to have a chat and to sit. And it was at this moment in time, it was in their living room that she saw a Japanese version of the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. It was an explanation of the sutra. When Master Zhen Yan saw this, this is the photo of the sutra that she saw. So there are 12 volumes of this explanation of the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So this is the entire volume of 12 volumes that Master owns even till today. So the very first thing, the 12 volumes were describing the Lotus Sutra. But what Master first came across was the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, which is part of the threefold Lotus Sutra. So when Master saw this, she was filled with joy. And she immediately picked up the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, and she saw a part of the Buddhist script. And what is it? We often hear this recited, minds clear and tranquil, thou's vast as the universe, we remain unwavering for countless eons. This is the part that inspired Master Zhen Yan, and suddenly her eyes lit up. It was something that really struck home to her. Master said, I really love it. I love this, this phrase. So it was from this then on that these 16 words became deeply ingrained within her. And she often thought, I wonder when I'll be able to bring this sutra back home with me and to own a copy of it. So that is why she often says, Master often says that the Lotus Sutra is the center of Tzu Chi's teachings, but in fact, it is actually the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So we can all do this. It is something that we can achieve. Everything that the sutra teaches is teaching us to be living bodhisattvas. It is very practical, and it is something that we can all embody as we practice Buddhism and walk the bodhisattva path. And this is all about living Buddhism and to have bodhisattvas in this world. And so after borrowing the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings from the sugar factory manager, Master copied every word down using Chinese calligraphy. So word for word. And we can see that this is the copy, a printed copy of Master's handwritten version of the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So this is what every volunteer, every certified volunteer cherishes very much. And I hope that everyone can understand the history behind how these handwritten sutras came about. So we know that Master actually understands Japanese. And so when she was at the sugar factory manager's place, she saw the Japanese version. So is it translated into Chinese? So when our volunteers asked about this, Master said, actually, although the sutra that she saw was in Japanese, it is actually pretty similar to Chinese. So the actual sutra was written in Chinese, although the explanations were in Japanese. So this is how we can understand that is why the sutra was copied down in Chinese. So Master also mentioned why she had wrote down every word for word like that. She said back in those days, there was no technology. I couldn't just pick up a phone and take a photo or photocopy it. So the only thing I could do back then was to write it down one by one with hand. So hearing this, I was so grateful because I'm so grateful that it was then when Master wrote down the sutra that we have it now today. This is something that I cherish very much, even till today. These are all the Dharma that Master wishes to pass on to all of us. And this is the Dharma lineage that every one of us Jingsi disciples must cherish. So I must say that I am very touched by this. And for all those who will be certified this year, each one of you will be receiving this sutra, the handwritten sutra of Master. I'm also very grateful to all our overseas volunteers. I'm sorry, there seems to be a technical problem. We cannot hear the speaker right now. Please wait a moment. Okay, so we're back now. How did Master come across the Sutra of Lotus Sutra? The Master often speaks of this, about how she came across and learned about Lotus Sutra. So I thought I'd test myself whether I knew about this without any preparation. When I thought about this, at the very moment, I could only think of 3 words. Under the bed? Was it under the bed? The location, or I remember she said that there was a family that was cleaning and they were cleaning things underneath the bed. And these people, when they were cleaning, they found an ancient copy of the Lotus Sutra. So when the person saw this, that it was left by their ancestors, they thought it wasn't important, so they wanted to sell it. This is this story left a deep impression on me. If you ask me when it happened, I can't say. So when did it happen? Where did it happen? My memory here was very blurry. So I decided to study and look into this. So here we can see the different passages of Master's life and stages. So in 1958, when she was 21, her father suddenly fell ill and passed away the next day. So when we look back, it was Master was 21 years old, and everyone, I'm sure, is very familiar with this. She was extremely saddened by her father suddenly falling ill and passing away. And so this gave her the opportunity to come across Ziyun Temple, where she learned about Buddhism. And then she thought about wanting to renounce lay life and leave home to seek answers about life and death. So it was the first time she ran away from home. So she ran away from home and so that she could learn. And so she went up north to Jingshou, Canyuan. So, but the affinities weren't very well. So when she ran away, her mother was very worried and was almost about to report to the police because Master Zhen Yan comes from a very wealthy family. And they run a cinema. So her mother actually asked one of the employees at the cinema to go bring her home. And so that is how she was brought home. But her heart was set on becoming a nun and renouncing her lay life. So she always had, she was always in poor health and was weak. So one day she said she wasn't feeling very well. So she asked her mother if it was okay if she go to Ziyun Temple to rest and to learn. So her mother was quite aware of this and knew that maybe Master Zhen Yan wanted to leave home again, but she decided to let her go. So that was in 1959 when Master was 22, when she was taking care of her health. So that is the history where I mentioned the Lotus Sutra was found underneath someone's bed and that they wanted to sell the Lotus Sutra. When Master Zhen Yan learned about this, she thought, I will buy this. I will buy this Lotus Sutra. So it was going to be thrown away or sold as scrap paper. But that was when she purchased it and brought it home with her. So while I was studying and looking into the history here, I found that indeed we know that the Lotus Sutra is a threefold Lotus Sutra and has 3 parts. So Master Zhen Yan also has 3 various versions of the Lotus Sutra. So there is the first Lotus Sutra that she purchased, which has 7 volumes, and that was in 1959. And then in 1962, she came across the 12 volumes of the explanations of the Lotus Sutra at the sugar factory manager's home. And then we have the third encounter, which is 10 volumes commentary of the threefold Lotus Sutra, which was brought back from Japan by Master Wei Li. So if we look back to 1963, when Master was 26, she decided to become a monastic. And it was back then when her wish became fulfilled. So she took refuge to Venerable Master Ying Sun at the Buddhist Lecture Hall in Taipei. And that was when she was ordained and became a nun at Lingqi Temple in Taipei. And afterwards, she arrived at the Hualien and was studying the Lotus Sutra in the small wooden hut. So in 1964, when Master Zhen Yan was 27 years old, she went and attended to a Sangha summer retreat at Jilong Haihuai Temple. And so she came across Venerable Master Wei Li, who was going to Japan to study the Lotus Sutra. So Master Wei Li also asked if Master Zhen Yan would like to go to Japan to study. And at that time, Master Zhen Yan decided that she would attend and she would apply at the Buddhist University in Japan. So it would be a long distance learning. So of course there was no internet back then. So they would just send back the textbooks and information, and the students would be able to study carefully, and they would be able to send back the information and their homework to Japan again. And this was the class that Master had wanted to attend. And then we continue on in 1966, when Master Zhen Yan was 22 years old. She created and founded Buddhist Tzu Chi Merit Society. I'm sure every one of you is very familiar with this part of the history. So it was back at this time that Master was thinking and reflecting about her life. So she had, when I was thinking back, what was I doing when I was 29 years old? When Master, when she was 29, she founded Buddhist Tzu Chi Merit Society. And then we look further down the track in 1970, when Master was 33 years old. It is also a very important year for Master. This is because she received a message from the university in Japan. They sent a message saying that her application to study, it was actually, she was actually reaching the end of her studies, and there was only one part left where she had to travel complete to Japan and complete her classes. And by doing so, she would be able to get her degree and finish her degree in Buddhist studies of the Lotus Sutra. She was filled with joy, but she was also very concerned. This is because it was so close for her to be able to complete her studies and understand all about the Lotus Sutra. But in 1970, that was actually 4 years after Tzu Chi was created and founded. Back then, Tzu Chi already had about 1,000 care recipients that were waiting for us to look after them. And we know back then people there were extremely impoverished. So these care recipients were really without any support at all. Without Tzu Chi, they would not be able to survive. So Master kept thinking of herself, thinking about this. If I go to Japan, then who will continue on with the Tzu Chi work and Tzu Chi's missions? So she asked around her certified volunteers and her disciples. So she asked the housewives that were following her. She said, if I really went to Japan, would you continue to do Tzu Chi's work? She did not think of this, but these volunteers said to Master, she said, Master, we are doing this because of you. We are doing this, we will follow you and do as much as you do. But what they also meant was that if Master stopped, they would stop as well. So Master realized if she left suddenly, then the Tzu Chi Foundation would just disappear. So she thought to herself, how could I give up on all these lives and all these 1,000 families just for the sake of my education? Hence, Master Cheng Yen decided to stop her education. Master said, it is actually quite complex what she was feeling back then. At first, she felt that she was like a free cow. She felt like she was an ox that was free and she would be able to do what she wanted to, although life was very tough at the time. Her feeling was that she felt very free and she was able to do as she wished. But after creating Tzu Chi, this responsibility was like an ox being put a ring on and was collared and would have to follow and to continue to do its job now. So she was willingly choosing this path to shoulder her responsibilities and to continue with the work of Tzu Chi. So you can see we started with charity, then education and medicine. And so her responsibilities, the load that she has to carry becomes heavier and heavier. And she never asks anything more. All she says is she hopes that we can use the strength of one finger to give her a little push and to help push her forward. And often I feel like, I feel very bad because sometimes as Tzu Chi volunteers, we may not even be able to help give Master that one finger strength to help her push the cart forward because we are so busy with our homes, our families, and our jobs and making money. So should I give all of my time for Master, or am I spending too much of my time with obsessing over mundane things in everyday life? So I feel like it is something that we need to reflect on and to see if we should do everything we can and to help Master to push the ox cart forward. And I'm sure all our volunteers are the same. We all wish to use every strength that we have to help Master pull that ox cart forward. So speaking of this history, so we go back to 1970 when Master Zhen Yan received contact from the Buddhist University in Japan. When Master Wei Li heard about this news, he also knew that it was likely that Master wouldn't go to Japan. So Master Wei Li felt it was such a shame. So in 1970, Dharma Master Wei Li came to Hualien multiple times. And he said, are you really sure to give up on your opportunity to get a degree in Japan? Master said, it's not because I don't want to go. It is because I cannot let go. I cannot let go of all the people who are suffering in this world. So she asked for Master Wei Li to go to Japan and complete the education and certification and to help her bring back a copy of the Lotus Sutra. So here we can see the threefold Lotus Sutra that was brought back by Master Wei Li in Japan. So you can see on the very left, it is actually the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So you can see this is the affinity between Master and her affinities with the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So I would also like to ask everyone, how did Master Jing's disciples come to know about the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings? Think about it yourself. How did you come across the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings? So we have to say that we have to be very grateful because the reason why we came across the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings is because of Master Zhen Yan. And it has a lot to do with the 7-day Buddhist retreats that would be held at the Jingsi abode in the early days. So in 1969, when Master was 32, that was the third anniversary of Tzu Chi Foundation. So everyone knows that when the Jingsi abode, when Tzu Chi was founded, the Jingsi abode was actually not built yet. So the Jingsi abode was only later built and completed 3 years after the founding of Tzu Chi. And that was when we first held the 7-day Buddhist retreat. And that continued on until 1988. So it was only in 1972 and 73 when Master expounded and taught the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. At the other years, it was all the Lotus Sutra. So for all of those attending the Buddhist retreat, everyone would have to have a copy of this sutra. So to come across the sutra and to have a copy of the sutra is very difficult because we all know that life was already very difficult and they were very short on money back then. So how did they come across and how were they able to purchase all these copies? So Master Zhen Yan actually specifically wrote a letter to a bookstore to ask if she could actually get copies of the Lotus Sutra. But the bookstore actually replied and said, the Lotus Sutra is not available for sale right now. There are no editions and copies available. So even with money, they could not get it. So the only copy that they had was the Lotus Sutra brought back from Japan. So I can, Master also mentioned that she would use a metal pen to engrave it onto a steel board. And imagine how hard that would be that to do this kind of carving. She did so much that it actually injured her wrist. And even till now, today, when Master Zhen Yan does a certain action with her wrist, it will hurt. And that is because of the carving of the sutra onto that metal board back all those years ago. So we have to be very grateful for what we have today. And in the early days, the Buddhist retreat that they would hold, the 7-day retreats, it would actually be, we have to be very grateful to Dharma Master De Ci, as she would also lead in these. And she would say that it is a way of cultivating. And it is a way to express gratitude and to also give back to all our donors and certified volunteers. So within these 7 days, everyone would be able to come here and gather together to learn the Buddha's teachings. So it is actually very tough back then because Master would have to give 3 sessions, 3 classes in the morning, afternoon, and evening. So can see that Master really spent a lot of time and dedicated her time to doing this. So it is very similar to the morning Dharma sessions that we hold now. We would study the sutra, we would recite it, and then we would circumambulate the hall. And this would be quite tiring. And it was when everybody finished this recitation, everyone would be able to sit down and rest and listen. But that was when Master Zhen Yan would have to start giving her teachings. And afterwards, when we had time off, what did Master do at that time? She would teach everyone about etiquette, how to wear, dress our clothes, how to behave. So during these 7-day retreats, Master would put all her time and effort into teaching her disciples. But Master De Ci shared with us that no matter how hard and how tough and tiring it was, she felt like it was a way to repay her disciples, her donors, and to show them her gratitude. So if we think about it, we really have to cherish every moment that Master gives us. So we go back to 1972. This is when Master Zhen Yan. So when we held the Buddhist retreats, it would be held within the small Jingsi abode, the original building. So it's actually a very small space. So many people would come from Taipei and fly from Taipei, or those from Hualien County and Hualien City as well. So she would always sit down and say thank you to each and every one of them. Master says, back then, in 1972, so from 1969 to 1972, that was the 4th year that she held the 7-day retreats. And the number of people was growing and growing. And that year, Master said, you can see that everyone is sitting here and it's so filled with people now. So she realized that Buddhism is lacking in spreading its teachings. In the past, we didn't know how to pray, how to recite the sutras, and we didn't understand the Buddhist sutras. So that was when we gradually learned the meaning of recitation and the meaning of bowing to and prostrating to the Buddha. Master says she hopes that the Buddha's teachings then continue to be spread within the Tzu Chi Merit Association, a foundation. And she hoped that year after year, there would be more and more people, more and more volunteers. So we can see this is back during the Bamboo Bank era when and I'm sure our number of volunteers back in those days would continue to grow year after year and every month. And we can see that Master also hoped that people would continue to learn the Dharma as well. So she didn't want people to just donate and to give charitably, but to also learn the Dharma. So Master has always held by the vow to work for Buddhism and all living beings. So I remember back when it was the 40th anniversary of Tzu Chi, Master actually mentioned that she felt for the past 40 years, she spent most of the time helping all living beings and all sentient beings. And she felt she didn't do enough for Buddhism. But back then, when I could see this, I feel like I was very touched because I know back from 1972 until now, Master has always been working for all living beings and Buddhism. So on August 1st this year, Master says, when we hear, when we understand, and when we see and witness, we need to continue to be more diligent. It gives Master her strength to continue when she sees our volunteers doing so much. But she says, no matter how old she is, as long as she is alive, she will continue to push Tzu Chi forward, continue to teach the Dharma, to help people to continue to grow diligently. So this is how Master Cheng Yen has always been working hard to help all living beings, all sentient beings. And I'm very grateful for this because Master has always taught us to cultivate blessings, to cultivate wisdom and sow blessings. So we would often hear that people in the past would say that Tzu Chi volunteers only cultivated blessings and didn't cultivate wisdom. So if you hear this, how would you answer this? We need to think about it. So we need to give a sincere answer to this. Really? Is it really that throughout my entire time in Tzu Chi, did I only cultivate blessings and not grow in wisdom? And I would think about this. And I've always been very interested in studying. And I also wanted to help people. And I also wanted to become a Buddhist nun. So this is the path that I chose. I could have known and followed and became a monastic in another temple. But I'm so grateful that I have been able to come across Tzu Chi because instead of studying just Buddha sutras and going to a Buddhist monastery that studied the teachings only, I think I may not be able to continue because would it be that I would just be studying, and the more I study, the more I knew about Buddhism, would I become conceited or egotistical? I'm sure this might be my own bad habits and my own problems and not something that other people would have trouble with. So I felt like if I had only studied Buddhism and I didn't put it into practice, I would just feel very good about myself. But would that be enough? So would I just be smarter and more knowledgeable, but not wiser? So I was very worried about this. And that is why I'm very grateful that I was able to come to Tzu Chi, because here in Tzu Chi, I have been able to do many things that I never thought I would be able to do, just like doing recycling and sorting recyclables. So I'm very grateful that when I graduated 15 years ago, I cultivated, I was a Tzu Chi and I decided to become a certified volunteer. So during in our local area, there was also doing volunteers doing recycling. To be honest, if I didn't take part in Tzu Chi, there was no way I would be doing recycling and sorting recyclables because I like to be clean. So I wouldn't want to be sorting garbage. So I'm sure many of you here have all done sorted recyclables before. And back then, it was before Master had promoted and encouraged everyone to keep the recyclables clean before giving it to Tzu Chi. So the bags of recyclables that we'd receive, it would be very dirty. And as soon as we open up the bags, there would be cockroaches coming out of these bags, and it would really give me a fright. So we would dump out all the garbage, all the recyclables, and start sorting them. So we would see that everything that would come out, things that we never thought we would see, it would be half-eaten bento boxes, and there would be other aluminum containers, and there was just all sorts of things. And that smell, that stench that came from this garbage is something that I can still remember in my mind. What I'm very grateful for is that when I finished doing and sorting the recyclables, on my way home, I would feel very at ease and at peace. It is not something that I can explain with words, but I'm sure that those of you who have done recycling before would know what I'm saying. So of course, while working at the helping out at the recycling station, everyone would think that it's all about sowing blessings and not growing in cultivation. Is that really true? We're not learning any wisdom? Actually, it is not true. We can see our elderly bodhisattvas who go and do recycling every single day. They do this every day, and yet they are not afraid of the stench and the dirt and everything. I feel like this is not something I can do. And when I see them doing this day in and day out, I have so much respect for these elderly bodhisattvas. And through this, at the recycling center, I learned to be humble, and I learned to appreciate the elderly volunteers there. And then sometimes you would see that some volunteers would get a bit cocky about their sorting, and they would be quite demanding and tell people how to sort the recyclables their way. And we can see that this is also habits, habitual tendencies of different people. So even at the recycling station, we actually need a lot of wisdom to work with the people. So that is why when we are cultivating, when we are sowing blessings, there are definitely many opportunities for us to cultivate wisdom as well. And this is how we can share our experiences with others when people tell us that in Tzu Chi we only cultivate blessings and don't grow in wisdom. So now we can go back to the story here. So in 1972 and 73, back when we were holding the Buddhist retreats, I'm sure most of us here, all of us here, would not have had the opportunity to take part. So it was also the year when this book was published, The Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, was published in 2001. That was when I first came across it and when I first came to understand it. And then we must be very grateful that in 2007, Brother Wang, who is the head of the Tzu Chi Cultural Center, he actually rewrote the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings and turned it into lyrics as an adaptation of the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So it was turned into a sign language musical performance. And then and that was when in 2008, Master went through the teachings and the adaptation of the sutra and word by word explained it to us. So that was from 2008 to 2009. And that is also when we had this Sutra of Innumerable Meanings that was the essence of the sutra. So this is when the book was published in 2011, after Master taught about this adaptation of the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. So back then, in 1972, that was when Tzu Chi Foundation was only founded for a few years. So the medical mission had just started, and it was in its very early days. So back when Master Zhen Yan was sharing about the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings, there were actually very few examples for Master to share because we had only started many of these missions. So it was only in 2008 and 2009 when Master again had the chance to teach the Sutra. So by the 2000s, Tzu Chi's work had already reached all over the world, and all the 4 missions had been quite established. So indeed, there would be so much more to be able to share. So this is Master who always wanted to be able to share this information to everyone. And we often say that we hope Master can remain in this world forever and to continue to always teach us. But can we actually take this to heart and actually take action to learn, to let Master know that we actually do want to study and learn the Buddha's teachings? And so we need to be very sincere to ask Master, for Master to continue to teach us the Lotus Sutra and to teach the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. I remember a few years ago, Master said that her greatest wish in life is to be able to finish teaching the Lotus Sutra. And she said if she was able to finish teaching the Lotus Sutra, she would again teach the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. Back then, I felt like all my cells had been opened up and stimulated. And I vowed that I wanted to continue to study and to put things into practice and to be a good disciple so that Master would be happy and to be able to continue teaching the Lotus Sutra to us. So this is what Master Zhen Yan taught us a few years. She said that we need to be have a clear and tranquil mind, and to withhold and to maintain this steadfastly, and to continue to. So, do we actually follow these teachings? Are we actually doing what Master wants us to do? Why are we here today in Tzu Chi? So I often ask myself as well. So if we continue to maintain our original thought or original wish, I remember back then my initial thought was very simple. I wanted to help people. I wanted to save the people in Africa. I wanted to save the people in Haiti. Was I able to do this by myself? No, definitely not. So I'm very grateful that in Tzu Chi we have so many volunteers, and so many Asian volunteers and overseas volunteers in different areas in Africa and Haiti. They were able to fulfill my wish. It is because of Tzu Chi that I am able to fulfill this wish. It is because of everyone working together. So that is why I'm so touched by all the work that Tzu Chi volunteers are doing around the world. And that is why we must remember our initial vows and our initial wishes. So Master often teaches us about the Jingsi Dharma lineage. So internally, we should be cultivating ourselves. We need to be able to care for one another with uprightness and integrity and honesty. And then, so with the Jingsi Dharma lineage, it is about inner cultivation. And then our Tzu Chi school of Buddhism is where we can put things into practice, to put these teachings into practice. The Master teaches us that we have this Jingsi cultivation area ground. So through this place where we can cultivate, we can continue and gradually to pave this path of love in this world so that we can give of ourselves selflessly. And in every step that we take, we are living out the teachings of the Lotus Sutra. And this is the Tzu Chi path. And this is the wondrous Lotus Sutra. The Master again teaches us that with innumerable teachings coming, revealing itself in front of us, we learn and we see and understand the true meaning of life. So Master often says that when we see our volunteers doing, brothers and sisters doing the work that they do, it is so touching. And often some of the efforts that we make, we also inspire others. So this is how we are inspiring one another continuously through the work that we do. And this is the innumerable teachings, innumerable meanings of life. And so we can see these countless stories and countless things that are shown. So you can see, as I said before, at the recycling station, even there, we are able to learn from one another. It is whether through their mistakes, their dedication, there is always something that we can learn from one another. So we should be very grateful. And even for many impoverished people, we can see that our care recipients, even though they are so poor, they are still willing to give and to donate a little bit. Or we have care recipients where we want to help them and clean up their homes, yet they are unwilling to be helped. They are unwilling to let us help them. So it requires a lot of wisdom for us to be able to work with them and to find the right way to help them and to let them accept our help. And this is indeed the path we pave with love. And I'm very grateful for the pandemic this time, for all our volunteers. Despite the pandemic, everyone is still willing to step outside to help people who are in need. So you can see that during the training session for our foreign mission staff, Master was so touched, and she mentioned that in the Philippines, many people were running out of money because they did not have any money, and those who are riding the three-wheelers had no business. And yet, even during this time when our Tzu Chi volunteers went to help them, they were still able and willing to donate what coins they could save to help other people who are in greater need. Look how simple their homes are. And we would see that when the elderly lady saw us bring the goods to her home, everyone was she was so touched. And when Master says she saw this, saw how Tzu Chi volunteers were giving of themselves like this, she felt so touched by this. So this is in Thailand, because Master felt that throughout her life, she has not been able to reach these people. She has not been able to visit all of them one by one. So Master is extremely grateful, and she is extremely praises all our volunteers for the work that everyone is doing. Master says, you are here following me step by step and have walked further and deeper and more steadfastly than she has. So Master Cheng Yen is extremely grateful for this, for all the volunteers who has done even more than what she believes she has done. There are so many people throughout the world who are still waiting for us to reach them and to help them. So my dear Bodhisattvas, we must make use of our affinities with different people and to continue to pave this path, to continue to help, and to continue to spread this love to those people. So similarly, with one seed, innumerable seeds can grow. So this is how we can start with one seed, and it can continue to grow and to spread. and we can continue to have more and more bodhisattvas. So as Master is advanced in her age now, she needs to put a lot of effort and strength to be able to speak and to be able to come out every day to speak to us. So Master often says that she is willing to use her entire life, her entire body, physically, all her energy, just to guide her disciples and to inspire more bodhisattvas in this world. So I often think about myself. I think about the ox that Master said. She is that ox who was willing to be chained, was willing to become an ox that pulled a cart and that was chained down by responsibilities. So we must use all our effort and follow Master behind to help push this ox cart so that it will be easier for Master to continue to push forward. Master's hope is to purify the world and for this life and for love to be able to inspire and transform all living beings in the world. So this is a wish that we should all work together, work towards to help Master fulfill. So this is my sharing today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And down to Master Di. Thank you. Now we see all Master Di. Thank you very much, Master, for sharing with us about the integral meanings. It's been a very long day today. We started off at 6:40 a.m. in the morning, and now it's 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And now it's almost time for all of us to return home. So today we are extremely grateful for the Dharma Masters for being here with us. And now we would like to invite the 3 Dharma Masters who have been here with us all day today. So we invite Master De Chen, De Yuan, and De Di. Master, please be seated. Now we invite Master De Yuan to come and give us her blessings and guidance. Dear Master, Masters of the Abode, and all the trainee volunteers who are in front of us and all those who are online, hello. I wish you well, and I hope you're all healthy and happy. It is very with great pleasure that we have 35 countries joining us today. And now we have over 8,000 connections online, learning together to learn digitally. So how many people are online exactly? We don't know, because with every connection, with every one of the 8,000 connections, there may be more people all watching together. So on this Bodhisattva path, we hope more people can be invited and to join with us today. So Master continually calls on us to continue to put into practice the teachings that we learn from the sutras. Indeed, today, for all the Dharma Masters who are here today, we have mentioned all of this today throughout our classes. And we can also see many of our young bodhisattvas, young children who are filled with purity, and can see how pure and kind young children are. And often over time, we grow and we gain these bad habits, bad habitual tendencies. So how can we return back to that innocence of a child and that kindness? And that is something that we need to continually cleanse our minds and to learn and to learn the Dharma. So when we continually permeate ourselves, our thoughts with the teachings of the Dharma, like incense, then the way we think will continue to be cleansed, and we will be more, our thoughts will be right thinking and right action and right behavior. So, and in doing so, as we continue to cultivate and to grow and change, even our demeanor will change. So we can take a photo of yourself right now and take a look at what you used to look like before you joined Tzu Chi. Would there be a difference there? And I'm sure there would be some difference. So I hope all of you can continue to learn. And Master continually teaches us and calls on us to continue to sow blessings. So why do we need to sow blessings? Because when we accumulate all these blessings, then we will be able to mitigate all these bad karma that is created in the world, such as the pandemic. So we must think good thoughts, do good deeds, and say good things. So every day when we donate or put a coin into the bamboo coin bank, that is doing a good deed. And when we say a Jingsi aphorism, we are saying good words. So it is not hard to be able to do this, to say good things and think good thoughts and do good deeds. So I hope and wish to encourage everyone to continually walk on this Bodhisattva path diligently and not turn away from this path. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to Master De Yuan for your blessings and your guidance. Next, we will be praying. So let us all kneel. So with a sincere heart, let us pray together. In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. All my heart is filled with sincere prayer, and from all corners of the world, let us join our hearts and pray for a world of harmony and peace. In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. May all the Buddhas hear my prayer. All my heart is filled with sincere prayer. May all the Buddhas hear my prayer. All united with one heart. Let us end our hate with love. May there be no suffering year after year. From my heart, I pray. May we pass on to all beings the light. Wisdom. Pure way of in our hearts. My heart pray. May we join our hands, one heart as one. Spread the seeds of great love. Nurture wisdom evermore. Let us fill the world with hope. In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. May all the Buddhas know my prayer. All united with one heart. Let us end our hate with love. May there be no suffering year after year. So with a sincere heart, may we all wish that this pandemic can end very soon. And we pray for all suffering people in this world to be away from suffering. Everyone please stand. We invite Dharma Masters to lead us in bowing to the Buddha. First bow. Second bow. Third bow. Let us also bow to the Dharma Masters. Bow. Thank you, Masters, for leading us and guiding us today. Now we sincerely see off the Dharma Masters. Thank you so much to the Dharma Masters for being here all day and teaching us so much. Everyone, please be seated. So our one-day diligence day for our trainee volunteers has come to an end. So at the end of this year, we hope that you can all be successfully certified volunteers. And now we hand over the microphone to the class convener. Thank you very much, Sister Tzu. Before the end of the classes today, I would like to announce a few things. So our next class is November 21st. That is also the time that we will become certified for those who are in Taiwan. So the announcements here are also for the people who are here locally in Hualien. So this concludes